back now? You are? You are back now? Jama?
What is the date of the exam? I asked for the last date, which is the 3rd, but any date means when it's 27th to 2nd. But I signed off yesterday on a paper mark the 3rd, you know. The one who was sent across, look at the paper that you get. Give me the opening back. David Duan, who? Jamal Daly.
And you are face now?
David a face now.
David a face now.
And who's the opening back?
Continue.
Welcome to this great Shield matchup between the home side, Excelsior, who are unbeaten so far in this year's competition, the 2023 run. Here at the Courtney Walsh Oval up against Jamaica College. 3 overs already bowled. Scoreline stands at 20 without loss. David Dewar on 13 has faced 12 deliveries so far in the innings. Jamar Daki on 3. Is it Daly? It should be Jamar Daly on the screen. Thompson has so far bowled 2 overs though for 13 runs, bowling from the northern end. Andrew Lloyd will be continuing from the southern end. He has bowled 1 over so far in this matchup. Excelsior coming into this game as the favorites, having won 6 games on the trot. Lloyd removing his cap. One of the umpires here, though, more noted for a football referee, Wilver Glenn Lamy. He's not in the picture right now. That square leg. I did not know he was an umpire. Well, Lamy is a popular individual when it comes on to schoolboy football. Let's see what Thompson, bowling to the left-hander, Dewar. Defensive. Just looking on the field though. One slip. Mid off and mid on. Mid wicket. Flighty delivery. So a dot delivery though. Trying to swing the ball on the leg side. Mistimed. His shot has been aggressive so far from this morning. Lloyd again. Flighted outside the off stump. Being very watchful. Here's a duo. Has more command in this over, his second over. He was a bit loose in the first. Flight delivery again. Trying to swing him on the leg side once again. Playing across the line. Goes into the boundary for 4 though. Knock your shot of the inner half of the bat. So the score now moved 24 without loss. We're in the 4th over of the innings. Lloyd continuing from the southern end. You are looking on. Quicker deliver this time. And playing uppishly. Mid off. Was moving to his right though, collecting on the bounce, was not aggressive. It's not in your picture. 1 more run to the total. Stood up and played that shot though. Not getting over that delivery. Oh, Daly. Of the out half of the bat. Running pretty close to the boundary. And it goes into the boundary for 4. 4 more runs of the bat of Daly. Scoreline running to 29 without loss. At the end of over 4. The second over being bowled by Lloyd. There, the man I'm speaking about, Wilver Glenn Lamy, has removed his brimmed hat. Now putting it back on. over of the innings. Let's see if Cole Thompson will be continuing from the northern end. Medium pacer. Bowling to Dewar. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Not necessarily a bouncy pitch here at the Court and Watch Oval. One to the left-hander. Playing the ball uppish. Brilliantly done. And 4 more runs to the total. Good shot. The left-hander Dewar. Playing uppish though. Has waited on that delivery and used the pace. Fifth over of the innings, the third being bowled by Thompson. So 33 on the board. Thompson once again trying to pull on the leg side. Wicketkeeper seems like he was not ready. Hit his glove. Went down to the fine leg region. One more run to the total, 34 on the board. Joe settles on 22. The right-hander, Daly, will now facing up to the bowler Thompson. So an opportunity. The top edge and a chance going down. So Daly Pudding had no control whatsoever. Thompson once again. Thompson bowling to the right-hander. Playing on the next side once again. Going down to the boundary for 4. Four more runs to the total. So Jamaica College getting an opportunity but failing to hold on. Dropping that chance. Thompson continuing. Bowling to Daly once again. Oh, pulling and dropped. Another chance, go a begging. They go through for 1. Living dangerously, Daly. Not in control of the pull shot. So 1 delivered to go to close out the 5th over. Thompson. Cutting once again. Will he be caught? He's dropped again. Oh my word. He's dropped again. 3 chances go a begging in 1 over. So cutting was a left-hander Dewar, popping up. Fielder was right under and failed to hold on. A 43 on the board without loss. But Jamaica College getting chances and not taking their opportunities, and it may come back to bite them in the end. Seems like Andrew Lloyd will be continuing. Andrew Lloyd continuing from the southern end, as the two umpires having just a word. The second over he bowled, though, was more controlled than the first. The left-hander Dewar to face up to the bowling of Lloyd once again. Excelsior not having their shots under control, especially from that over from Thompson. Oh, it's Lloyd's time. Being very watchful is Dewar. Ball spinning away from the left-hander. Kept a bit low.
Come on, David. Come on now, man. You're giving him too much chances, man. Come on, Batman.
Left-hander once again. Bit short.
Yeah, man,
Played back down the track.
Batman. Hope our fingers out there. Hold it. Come on, man.
Lloyd once again. Flighted this
man,
time.
make him both
Watchful
here, man.
again
Him both
from
here.
Dewar. Turning away from the left-hander. Quicker delivery this time on the stumps. Stood and wait for that delivery though. No movement at all from the feet. Flighted. Defensively playing the ball on the offside. There's no run scored off this over so far. We told you before his control is getting better. Lloyd once again, as we spoke. Another dot ball, the maiden over from Lloyd though. Although that last delivery was close to a wide. But umpire took his sweet time, looked and said no, I'll give him that maiden over. 43 without loss. Excelsior winning the toss and electing to bat. Thompson has bowled 3 overs for 26 runs, while Lloyd 3 overs for 50 runs. And if you check the last 2 overs, though, maybe 3 runs came off that last 2 overs. So Thompson seems to be continuing from the northern end, going to the right-hander, playing the ball back down defensively. That's Daly. Back on the track. A dot delivery. In his last over, though, 3 opportunities went to begging. 3 chances. Thompson once again to the right-hander. Angling the ball on the offside. They go through for a single. It's angling the bat. Was a bit hesitant. It was urged on by Dewar, who now faces Thompson. Has toned down somewhat from how he started aggressive this morning. Playing the ball. No run scored from that delivery. Well fielded.
Come on, play cricket, boss, man. Play cricket.
The ball going the point region. Thompson once again to the left-hander. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Kept a bit low though.
Next ball, that guard.
So that was a better delivery from Thompson. Although keeping low, was just about Midland lead. Moved slightly away from the left-hander. Went right through to the wicket keeper. Once again, it's Thompson. Getting the ball back down the track. Oh, they go through for a single.
Well done.
Oh, that's careless from Jamaica College. The ball was played back down the track. Bowler Thompson did not hold on to it, and it trickled along. Allowed the batsman to scamper through for one more run.
Engage again.
String on the leg side. They go through for one. Let's look for the signal. It's a bye signal by umpire Wilfer Glenn Lamy. End of another over. 4-6 without loss. Excelsior after winning the toss and electing to bat. Dewar is on 24 and Daly 14. So Lloyd will be continuing from the southern end. Every single time he has bowled an over, he has gotten better. Last over he bowled was a maiden. Was bowling to Daly. Oh, hitting the outer half of the bat though. They go through for one. The fielder just taking their sweet time. And they come back for the second. That's sloppy fielding by Jamaica College. Looked uncertain coming forward to that delivery from Lloyd, hitting the outer half of the bat.
Come cool. Have a move.
Bowling to Daly once again. Short, pulling. And he's gone. Caught at the boundary on the leg side. Pulling, but not pulling properly. Jamal Daly not getting over that delivery. That was short from Lloyd. And we told you before, though, he has gotten better with every single over he has bowled so far. Daly is gone for 16. Excelsior losing their first wicket.
Pump them up, Shamar, pump them up again.
48 for 1.
All right.
So DeMarcus Scott
Come on.
is a new batsman. You'll be in your sights very soon. So Daly out for 16. So DeMarcus Scott now comes into your screen, or on your screen, having a word with Dewar. Dewar at the non-striker's end. He's on 24. DeMarcus Scott on strike. And Andrew Lloyd, who has looked the better of the two bowlers, getting his first wicket of the match. Bowling to the new batsman. Looks around to the field. Swan slip. Mid off, mid on. Backward point. Cover. Shot. Getting the ball on the offside. Thought of a single. Backward point. Moving to his left, preventing the single. That feeler. Score stands at 48-1. Scott taps away at the crease. Fly to delivery. Oh, putting on the leg side though. They are peeled. May have caught the bat. Went right into the wicketkeeper coming around. Could not hold on. Lloyd once again. Quicker deliveries from Lloyd. And play the ball on the offside. They go through for one. Man at backward point had to move to his left. One more run to the total. And Scott is off the mark. Diop facing up to Lloyd. He's bowling from the southern end here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Fly to delivery, no control, punching through the covers. They go through for one. One is all they get. That was hit hard. So end of another over. Excelsior 50 for one. First wicket to go in that over. Andrew Lloyd being successful, the only successful bowler from Jamaica College. Thompson. Shamar Bell is a new bowler. Looking at the card, Dua scored 25 from 30 deliveries. Scott faced 3 deliveries so far. Shamar Bell has replaced Cole Thompson. We're making adjustments in the field. One slip. It seems like second slip. Spin. Outside the off stump. Flighty delivery though from Bell. Let Dewar think. Bell once again bowling to Dewar. This time into the body, turning. Oh, they thought of one, but he's been sent back by Scott. Dewar played the ball off the body on the leg side. He thought it was an easy single, but it was sent back by Bell, but it was Bell's call. Don't know why he's upset though. Standing up and punching back down the ground. Fielded by the bowler Bell. Flighted once again, turning on the leg side. And no run scored from that delivery. Dewar once again facing up to Bell. Going forward defensively, playing the ball on the offside. So one delivered to go. Bell could start off on a positive note. Up against Dewar, flighted again, driving. Into the boundary for 4 with the man at mid-off. 4 more runs to the total. 54 for 1 at the end of over 9. So Thompson has so far taken none for 28 from the 4 overs he has bowled. Lloyd, will he be continuing though? Has taken 1 for 19 from 4. And I will continue to say he has gotten better. Yes, he continues, Andrew Lloyd, from the southern end. Scott facing up to Lloyd. Flighted. Scott is guiding that on the offside. Been very watchful is Scott from that flighted delivery. He has been pitching and leaving the left-hander, facing the right-hander, turning into the right-hander. That's his delivery. 2 dot balls so far in this over. In bowled by Lloyd. Quicker delivery. Swing on the leg side. Sweeping and sweeping elegantly into the boundary for 4. String on the leg side was Lloyd. And Scott punishing that delivery. Scoreline stands 58 for 1. 58 for 1. The 129. He's at the non-striker's end. Scott. Waits on Lloyd. Coming forward though, defensively, turning into the right-hander. Hitting the inner half of the bat, going on the leg side. So a lot of movement is from Lloyd. Shot on that delivery, pointed the ball on the outside, no run scored. There's Lloyd once again, bowling to Scott, pushing through that delivery. Ball played on the outside once again. End of another over, the 10th over of the innings. Excelsior 58 for 1. Losing the wicket of Daly. He went for 16 after he was caught. Pulling was Daly, but not getting over that shot. As you look at the runs chart, started the first over with 6, and the second over another 6, which was bowled by Lloyd, but since then he has toned down. The over facing up to the bowling of Bell once again from the northern end. Lighted delivery from Bell, pushing through on the offside. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they get. So 59 on the board. You has gone to 30. Scott will be facing up to the bowling of Bell. Taking his guard. Flighted delivery. Been very watchful again is Scott. Well pitched inside the off stump, held its line, going through to the wicket keeper. 1 slip. Backward a point. There's a cover, mid off and mid on. Flighted delivery again. Has to be very careful though, Scott. One thing we've noticed from Bell, he loves to flight the delivery. We can deliver this time outside the off stump. Punching through, goes pretty close to the boundary. They go through for 1. come back for the second, and they'll think of a third, but no, it's just a thought, not a reality. 2 more runs to the total. Flighted delivery, punching elegantly through. That was a beautiful shot. 1 is all they get from that shot from Scott. Bell continuing from the northern end. Bowling to Dua. Flighted. Played back down the track. Fielded well this by Bell. Coming across. And that signals the end of the over. 11th over. 62 for 1. Dua, tell you he's scoring a short while. He's unbeaten on 30 from 38 deliveries, and Scott with him on 8 from 13. Lone batsman to go, Dakey from 16. Bowling, Cole Thompson taking, well, he has so far bowled 4 overs for 28 runs. No mains though. Lloyd, 5 for 23, 1 for 23 to be exact. The lone wicket taker in this inning so far. Shamar Bell, 2 for 8. Lloyd seems like he'll be continuing from the southern end. Has bowled non-stop. Bowling to Scott. Playing the ball back down the track defensively. Slip being utilized in second to slip. There's a man at mid-wicket though. Quicker delivery. Coming forward. Again playing the ball on the offside. Defensively. There's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Backward point. There's a cover fielder. Quicker delivery. Kept low. Was about to play the shot, Scott, and pulled out at the last minute. And realized the height. Shot. Punching through. Brilliant shot. Into the boundary for 4. That was exquisite. This from Scott. There's a loose delivery though from Lloyd. Short and wide. And was dealt with properly. Spanking to the boundary for 4. Excelsior winning the toss and electing to bat. This Grey Shield fixture, round of 7. They're playing here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Scott again facing up to the bowling of Andrew Lloyd. Sweeping, beautiful. But 1 is 1. That's what the spectators would say. So it's the Grey Shield around 7. As Lloyd again bowling to the left-hander, flighty delivery. Just easing into that shot though. They go through for another single. And a mid-on deep. It's the end of another over. Andrew Lloyd seems like he's getting a little bit tired. Started out a little slack, then in his second and third over, well controlled. As you see the bowling, Cole Thompson, Shamar Bell, Andrew Lloyd. 3 bowlers used so far in Jamaica College's playing. Excelsior, they won the toss and elected to bat. They've lost 1 wicket so far. Daly going for 16 was caught the boundary. Here's Bell bowling to the left-hander. Quicker delivery, kept a bit low outside the off stop. The signal now comes from umpire Lamy. Wide. Dewar, the batsman, was just looking on that delivery. Came across though. His intention was to punch it through the covers. Once again flighted this time around. Full toss and dealt with. We're pretty close to the boundary though. Will it be saved? No, it won't. It rolls into the boundary for 4. As a full toss by Bell, and he was punished. 4 more runs off the bat of Dewar. 4 more runs to Excelsior's innings. 73 for 1. Dewar is on 35. So Bell has to do better. Bowling to the left-hander, opened the innings with Daly. Daly, who fell for 16, was caught at the boundary, just inside. Left-hander Dewar just looking around the field. There's some field changes happening. Bowling to the left-hander once again, defensively playing on the offside. The man just behind square. Mid wicket. Hit off. Oh, punching high. Dealt with. Impeccable. And it goes for 4. That's a no ball actually because of the height of the delivery. It's a no ball signal by umpire. So 4 runs and a no ball. So that was a loose delivery again from Bell. Punished by Dewar. He has to do better than that though, to be honest. I mean, 2 loose deliveries in this over. Bell again. This is the 3rd over. So Bell, once again from the northern end, going to the left-hander, trying to tuck him around, was not in control of that shot. Thought of playing an aggressive shot. Oh, Dewar. It's playing the ball defensively. Quicker delivery this from Bell. Once again, here comes Bell to the left-hander. Oh, that kept a bit low though. Being very watchful was Dewar. He thought it would have bounced favorably for him, but it did not. Had to come down on that delivery, play the ball the offside. 1 more run to the total. 1 more run to Dewar. He's on 39 from 42 deliveries though. Bell once again, full toss once again. Scott turned the ball off the pads. They go through for 1. And 1 is all they get. So end of another over, the 30th of the innings. Excelsior, they're 80 for 1. So Dewar and Scott both at the wicket. Has been interesting though. Has been interesting. Since winning the toss and electing to bat, though, Excelsior, they came out aggressive this morning.
Well done, man. Tap on and keep going away from the bad ones, man. We have enough time.
Andrew Lloyd will be continuing. He's bowling non-stop from the southern end. Bowling to the right-hander once again on the leg side, trying to pull him around. Looking at the umpire, though, will a signal come? So it did touch the bat of Scott. So one more run to the total, one more run to Scott. Trying to pull him around leg side. So Lloyd, who looked a little bit tired in his last over with his control. Now bowling to Dewar, the left-hander. Flighty delivery. Swinging the ball over the man at mid-off. Goes pretty close to the boundary. Pretty close becomes a reality. Goes into the boundary for 4. $85 on the board. 85 for 1. 44 to Dewar. Came forward. Playing the ball over the man at mid-off. Went into the boundary for 4. Has an array of shots, Dewar. But he did face some problem from Lloyd with the ball spinning across him. Lloyd once again flighted and swinging the ball down the ground. And Willie, we caught, no, it does not go into the boundary either. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they get. So a lot of instructions being given to both teams, our respective coaches and coaching assistants. So Lloyd will be continuing from the southern end, though. Rolling to Scott this time around. Right and left hand combination for Excelsior at the crease. And trying to pull again. Had no control for that shot, Scott. They go through for 1, and 1 is all they get. He loves to sweep, though. That's Scott. But whenever he does that, timing not impeccable. So if I was Jamaica College, I'll allow him to sweep and set 2 feelers on the leg side. Put a leg slip. Now the left-hander, Dewar facing up. Flight delivered. Dewar once again. Coming forward. Oh, that's a missed opportunity again. That was close. The wicketkeeper seemed like he was sleeping. Lloyd once again from the southern end. Bowling to Dewar. Quicker delivery this time. Cutting outside the off stump, and it goes by the fielder. Sloppy fielding, trying to use his legs. It rolls into the boundary for 4. Dewar has gone on to 49. Excelsior score 91. Wow. Poor fielding from Jamaica College. They have dropped at least 3 chances this morning. I think 2 off Dewar. So the score has moved on to 91. So changing bowling. We've seen 3 bowlers so far from Jamaica College. Cole Thompson, Andrew Lloyd, and Shamar Bell. Bell has been replaced. Jalen Grant. Is a new bowler. So we did see Cole Thompson and Shamar Bell from the northern end this morning. Predicted score, you see on the screen. Wow. Nine to 1 for one. Scott will be facing up to Grant. Beautiful name though, Grant. Going to the right. Oh, that was wayward. That was wayward. That must be a test run up. I thought that was close to a wide though. So here once again, Grant bowling to Scott. Again, that's close to a wide. They go through for one. Let's see the umpire. The signal now comes from umpire Lamy. Two wides. So that is two wides. Two more runs to the total. Now, Dewar, who's on 49 though? Searching for a half century this morning. He'll be facing up to the bowling of Grant, who has looked in no control at all from the deliveries he has bowled so far. When around the wicket, he pulls out. He has height though, but lacks speed. You think that he'd have garnered some bounce, but let's see. We're just seeing him. Grant again, bowling to Dewar, or on the leg side. Still, Dewar sits on 49. From 49 deliveries, Scott at the non-strikers end. He's on 17. Lone wicket to have fallen so far. Jamar Daly for 16 runs. Tapping away on the crease is Dewar. Grant once again. Bowling to the, oh my word. No control whatsoever. If that's not wide, I don't know what is. Two wides. With again Lamy. Well, I'm not troubling with again Lamy though. Lamy has put on some pounds though. Grant bowling to the right hander, guiding that down to the third man region. That was delicately done by Scott. Goes into the boundary for four. Four more runs to the total. Excelsior 99. Scott, he has moved on to 21. Well, the discussion is being had about Wilvergen Lamy. As Scott taps away at the crease, Grant again bowling to the right hander. Let's tickle him fine though. They go through for one. Think of a second. But Dewar turns back Scott. Scott thought though he could have come back for the second. But that was not the case. I was chuckling around. Dewar has moved on to 50. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Trying to swing him down the ground. And Grant, who has looked wayward, has picked up a wicket. A dangerous wicket of Dewar, going back to the pavilion for 50. David Dewar gone, rocked back. Excelsior losing their second wicket, 100 for 2. So the umpires have called on for the water. There's no cart, but the water is going on the field. So we'll just take a quick break.
No, get that. Get that.
Wait a scrap up again.
Get that. Our cup there, so. Afterward, we will get highlights, right? Get this, so.
No, not ice. You rub ice. You rub ice, mate.
You have spray?
One
Yeah,
no,
rub ice.
What do you want?
Ice.
Rub
Ice.
ice. Ice. Come on,
Oh, I know what you're talking.
Huh? No.
Yeah, man, got bigger red la.
How long them into that?
Oh yeah?
Now you made kit. What the box there?
Med kit now there, man. Where med kit?
What the made kit? You look with the made kit.
You left him, man.
Left on the bus.
I left the place up, you know.
Where?
Which place?
Up at school. You come and start home.
You lock it up?
Yes.
Okay. You have a key?
I'm up once.
No, I don't see it.
Coach,
We
I'm
don't
lock
see
up in that room up there now.
So, you know, hold on. Because you don't come early, you know, that's why. You know, because you're supposed to be in the med. I'm asking you to put it down in the
Coach.
Put them off and go.
I'm a finger the one here.
You want?
Nail speed. Eat. Me no eat. So you have to eat.
Continue.
Every time I reach 5,
Give me some of that.
soup. Because it's full of stone. So we run up those things.
No consistent.
Try running back from the stump. Come on the stump, see him, then just run back where he comes from. See if there's a change.
Coach, I'm a new fans coach.
Change your name, fellas. 100%. I'll just push it there. Mom, just make a run
But me
back
never,
and try.
me tap me the pop on the bungee, you know. So me slide, because me never go from the bungee.
Oh, yes, sir?
Yeah.
On the outside, move on the ball a while ago. Miss.
Put it back, yeah, keep a security there.
Anything yes, so in front of them, yes, sir? Middle and half. Alright, let's try to take the run up from the stump, run back, and see it. Yeah, just what you want.
Island, put a little bit of island, in some water.
Eh?
Put it in the island, back in some water. Just put a little bit. Link in some water.
So not man.
Me, the glass me give you, sir.
So not man.
So you'd expect the sun for cold, Bridget?
Yeah.
Right.
But me still get it.
3 days. Nah, me da cricket now, me da cricket match now. Superstar. Yeah, Jason game. Well, yeah, all day match. Whenever he needs to go. No. Oh, my brother got Calabar, I charge up the Calabar. You know what I mean? No, but I mean charge of sports. Really, got charge of stuff. I mean charge of team.
Yeah. I gave a water break, I didn't give a coaching break. You take the water break.
Capo. Captain, come in.
Eh? How you coach him? Jason. You alright? You good?
Come on. You give out everything and make one more try. You understand? Finish hour, make it 2 hours can do. You understand? Come, look at this. If you can get 2 or 3, alright?
Welcome back here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. This Grace Shield matchup. Not matchup, but matchup. Excelsior and the Jamaica College. Excelsior winning the toss though and electing to bat. Just an adjustment in dual score. Did not make 50, 49 as the score is just recalculated. So actually he went for 49. But the score still stands. 100 for 2. The new batsman. The duo left the party at 49. Daly on 16. Both opened the innings after Excelsior. They won the toss. And the umpire, Wilford Lamy, is making the signal to the scorers. Grant continuing bowling to Malcolm, the new batsman. Short. The dead ball signaled by umpire Lamy. The other umpire is Pottinger. Had a discussion with both gentlemen in the water break. Pottinger seems like he's a comedian. Grant from the northern end bowling to the new batsman, Malcolm. Coming forward, stroking the ball. Fielded by the bowler Grant. End of another over. The 15th over. Excelsior 100 for 2. And Malcolm yet to get off the mark. Scott, who has looked comfortable at the crease, so he likes to sweep Scott. And although he has made some runs doing that, maybe to his own peril. Many times it does not look like he's in control of the shot. He's on 22 from 24 deliveries. Although you're seeing that on your screen though, the adjustment would be made. He made 49. Cole Thompson has bowled 4 overs, while Andrew Lloyd has bowled 7 overs on the trot. This will be his 8th. He'll be continuing from the southern end. Andrew Lloyd has bowled from the start of the innings, and he will be continuing. Bowling to Scott. Scott looks around on the field. Well, he's been put to a short third man position though. I thought he was going to the leg slip position. See the man close to the wicket keeper. If Lloyd pitches on the leg, you know that Scott is going to try and sweep. Coming forward defensively, playing the ball back down the track. Very good defensive shot from Scott. Lloyd continuing. Just looking around the field, Scott. Quicker delivery. Turning it on the leg side. Go through for 1. A lot of bounce on that delivery though. A lot of bounce on that delivery. Not turning at all. Lloyd again. Bowling to the right-hander. First time facing Lloyd, Malcolm. Malcolm playing uppishly back down the track. Has to be careful. It seems like he loves to move his feet Right it again. Lloyd. Willing to Malcolm again. Slower delivery. Turning it on the leg side. So slower delivery to close out his 8th over. That's Andrew Lloyd. He's taking 1 for 40, I think. Just to be exact. 1 for 41. Let's see if Grant will be continuing as you're looking over the bowling. Cole Thompson, 4 for 28. Lloyd, 7 for 40. 1 for 40 actually. 7 overs, 40 runs. Shamar Bell, 3 overs and 20 runs. Jalen Grant, 1 over and 9 runs. 1 for 9 for Grant. 1 for 40. This for Lloyd. So Grant continuing from the northern end. Bowling to Scott. With some bounce in that delivery though. Be very watchful is Scott. Did release one delivery that bowled Duo with a bit of pace. However, it's missing in action. Grant bowling once again to Scott. And the ball back down the track, fielded by the bowler. Now it seems like he's getting a bit more comfortable. I'm talking about Grant. Every now and again he has some control. Grant once again, short. Cutting outside the off stump, hitting the bottom half of the bat, going pretty close to the boundary, goes into the boundary now. 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs off the bat of DeMarcus Scott. So the score stands at 105 for 2. 2 wickets to have gone. The 2 openers this morning, David Dewar and Jamar Daly. Dewar going for 49, Daly for 16. Now Grant continuing. Bowling to Scott. Shot again. Pulling again. Oh, that was beautiful. Getting on top of that delivery was DeMarcus Scott. Pulling into the boundary for 4. So 2 short deliveries coming from the hands of Grant and being dispatched by Scott. He has moved on to 31. Score stands at 109 for 2. His second over. Grant so far taking 1 for 17 from the northern end. Bowling again to Scott. Oh, angled that down to the third man region. That was delicately done. They thought of a second. And not for the first time we have seen Scott, whenever he runs and turns, he falls over. So you have to ask, in terms of his footwear, is it appropriate? When he was at the crease with Dewar, he turned at the other end and he slipped also. But 1 more run to the total as angling the bat down to the third man region. Going through for a single. Scott on 32 on the non-striker's end. Malcolm facing up to Grant. Coming forward though. And they go through for 1. 1 should be a bye. Come back for a second. You look on the umpire, Lamy. See the signal. Signal now comes. 2 byes. 2 more runs. So end of another over. End of the 17th. Excelsior 112 for 2 after winning the toss and electing to bat. Scott is on 32 and Malcolm with him on 1. 31. He's making some adjustments in the score. That's okay. The greatest thing about scorers that they feed off each other. So as you see Dua there, so although it's a 50 on your screen, it's still 49. So Bell, who was operating from the northern end, as Lloyd has been taken off finally. He has been bowling from the start of the innings from the southern end. Bell replaced Thompson. He's back on. So Jamaica College only using 4 bowlers so far in this innings. Bell from the southern end bowling to Scott. Playing the ball on the leg side, the wicketkeeper. Looks like he's finally woken up. A dot delivery. This is the 18th over of the innings. If you're just joining our broadcast, Excelsior. They won the toss and elected to bat here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Ball to the right-hander, a bit short with that delivery. Trying to punch it through the offside. The run scored from that delivery. Dewar and Daly, they opened the innings for the Excelsior unit. Daly was the first to go, went for 16. Ball into the right-hander once again. Be very watchful once again is Scott. Then Scott joined the party with Dewar for Dewar fell. He was bowled by Grant for 49. Flighted delivery, full toss, turning off the legs. They go through for 1. And they only get 1. 1 more run to the total, 1 more run off the bat of Scott. Score stands at 113 for 2. Bell, string on the leg side though. He apologizes to his teammates. Umpire Pottinger just looks on. Bell once again. Extra cover. Point, flighty delivery again. Punching through on the leg side. They go through for a single. Malcolm coming forward. Just to try to bisect the field. There's a fielder mid-on and also a mid-wicket. Trying to go through both. Beat the fielder at mid-wicket, but could not beat the fielder mid-on, who had to dart to his right. 1 more run to the total. So we see Malcolm just taking his guard. Grant will be continuing from the northern end, bowling to Malcolm. Just tuckered him up somewhat, playing the ball on the onside. So Grant in his 3rd over, so far taking 1 for 18. Bowling to Malcolm. Going forward again. He moves a lot in his crease though, Malcolm. Came forward and played the ball on the onside defensively. Seeing that there was some adjustments being made in the field. Mid wicket, square leg. Extra cover. Back with a point. A deep cover. Watchful again. My Malcolm. So dot delivery. Grant. Not necessarily express pace. Bowling to the right-hander. Malcolm. Short with that delivery. Malcolm came forward though because he moves a lot in his crease as stated before. Because he came forward, he could not pull that shot. If he had rocked back, he could have gotten on top. So bowling to the right-hander once again. Pushing through the offside. They go through for one. They'll think of a second. And they come back for two. Punching through the offside was Malcolm. 2 more runs for Malcolm. 2 more runs Excelsior. 116 for 2. Grant continuing. Bowling to the right-hander, playing the ball on the offside. Well fielded. It's opening the face of the bat though. Find a man at back with a point. No run scored off that delivery. End of another over. Scoreline stands 116 for 2 at the end of the 19th over. Well, just looking through the runs profile though. Wow. Bell bowling to the right-hander. Bell continuing from the southern end. Just making sure that's Bell. Bowling to Scott. Fielded well though, coming across. He started from the northern end, now operating from the southern end. Bowling to the right-hander, Scott. Short to that delivery, punching on the outside. That's a brilliant shot running into the boundary for 4. A short delivery from Bell, and he rang it to the boundary. 4 more runs off the bat of Scott. 4 more runs to Excelsior. Sits on 120 for 2. So Excelsior with Malcolm and Scott at the crease after losing the wickets of Dewar and Daly. Dewar going for 49, Daly for 16. Bell once again bowling. Hit on the pad, appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Pottinger. Scott coming half-hearted. Bell once again bowling to the right-hander. Coming forward though. Hitting the inner half of the bat. Was not in control of that shot. Mr. Scott. It's another dot delivering. Bell once again bowling to Scott. On the leg side, string. And it goes into the boundary for 4. Swinging the ball on the leg side. Into the fine leg region. 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs off the bat of Scott. 124 for 2. Scott is on 41.
after JLN. You can't board?
String somewhat is Bell on the leg side. What he has not done is pitched it up
Up top JLN.
for Scott to sweep. He has taken that out of his array of shots, though, that Scott had some problems with that in the first part of the innings. Was not in control when he swept earlier on. But he seemed to have, I don't know if he got instructions from his coach, but he has not swept last 3 overs or more. But when he just came in, he was sweeping the spinner. Andrew Lloyd will be bowling from the northern end. He has replaced Grant. So he started out at the southern end, Andrew Lloyd. All-round spin from Jamaica College. FC is one of the 2 successful bowlers for Jamaica College. Lloyd has taken 1 for 30 so far. I was about to say referee Lamy, though, was umpire Lamy, because he's noted more of a football referee than a cricket umpire. Oh, Lloyd with a wayward delivery, though, the first from the northern end. And to say, though, someone just mentioned he's following in a great man's footsteps. But I'll tell you that in a very short while. Going forward defensively, Malcolm playing the ball back down the track, bowled by Lloyd. But Butler's name was just mentioned. You imagine Butler's name mentioned beside Lamy? Wow. Short with that delivery. Oh. Spilling another glorious opportunity for Jamaica College going down. Wow. I've seen about 3 chances, or 4. Well, I'm not counting, you know. Flighted delivery. Punch the ball through the covers, though. Made into a full toss. They go through for 1. And 1 is all they get. I don't like the running, though, from Excelsior, to be honest. That first run, I don't think they're going as hard as they can. 1 more run to the total. Score stands at 125 for 2. Scott facing up to the bowling of Lloyd, going back and punching through the covers. They go through for 1. And 1 is all they get. The mid-off actually had to go to his left. $125 for 2. 1 is 1. Flight to deliver again. A little bit quicker this from Lloyd. String on the leg side. And that should signal the end of another over. The 21st of the innings, 126 for 2. Scott is on 42. And Malcolm with him. As you see, umpire Pottinger. Looking on. And it seems like Bell will be continuing from the southern end. Oh, Rose is new bowler. I thought it was going to be Bell. Dondre Rose. Oh, Zandre. How do you spell Zandre? Are you kidding me? Z-A-U-N? Zandre Rose. I've been hearing some names of late. So let's look at the projected score. I don't think that will be happening this afternoon. It's Andre Rose bowling to the batsman Scott, playing the ball off the offside. Zandre Rose trying to blossom here at the grounds of the Courtney Walsh Oval at Excelsior High School. Rose bowling to Scott. Flighty delivery. Scott playing the ball on the leg side to go through for one. One is all they get. The throw at the non-striker's end, but he was in. The appeal more so came from the spectators than the fielders on the field. So Jamaica College spectators, the appeal came from them, and the fielders who were right there did not appeal. They have some eagle eyes here on the sidelines. But he's not out. He lives to fight another day. I'm talking about Scott. Malcolm now facing up to the bowling of Rose. It's from the southern end. Rose, shot, pulling impeccable. That was brilliant by Malcolm. That was short and dealt with as it should have. The Rose not blossoming at all in his first over. 131 for 2. Excelsior after winning the toss and electing to bat. Strikers end at 43. Malcolm faces the bowling of Rose once again. Been very watchful. Try to turn him around the corner. Not successful. Man at mid-wicket running in. Mid on, mid off. Extra cover. Back with a point. Cover. Which was deep. Dot delivery. Again trying to playing around the corner. End of another over. 131 for 2. So Excelsior losing 2 wickets. Dewar for 49, Daly for 16. The 2 openers this morning after winning the toss and electing to bat. You'll see 50 runs on the board though, but that needs to be adjusted. They were discussing it earlier on. It will be. And Daly on 16. Thompson 4 overs for 28 runs. And Lloyd has so far taken 1 for 43 and Grant 1 for 20. 2 successful bowlers so far for Jamaica College. And we see Andrew Lloyd operating from the northern end, continuing. Flighty delivery. Oh, guiding it down. Soft touch. This coming from the batsman Scott. They go through for 1. They're coming back for the second. So opening the face of the bat was Scott. He has played that shot at least 3 or 4 times in this innings. Scott on 45, just to make sure. So I thought a short third man being introduced in the fielding. Is a strong offside field. Bowling to the right-hander once again. It's a short third man back with a point. Cover, extra cover. Also mid-off, mid-on. The man at square leg and a square leg boundary. Watchful again is Scott with that delivery from Lloyd. Lloyd from the northern end once again. Flighty delivery. Turning around the corner. They go through for 1. Oh, they're watching. And I don't know what happened there. There was a mix-up. Malcolm was in the middle of the pitch, was watching. And he stopped thinking that they were going to throw it over the stumps. And the throw actually was over the wicketkeeper's gloves. He stopped, he moved, he stopped, he moved, And then he gave up in the middle of the pitch, was ready to walk to the pavilion. And the throw came over the stumps and over the wicketkeeper's gloves and over the wicketkeeper's head. Poor effort in the end in the field again from Jamaica College. Lloyd bowling to the right-hander, hitting the inner half of the bat, going on the onside. That's Malcolm coming forward. Lloyd again. Oh, Malcolm beaten outside the off stump, coming forward, prodding. So end of another over. And you see the batsman, Malcolm, just having a drink. A bit parched. A drink for both gentlemen at the crease. Just making sure with the scorers at the game that Scott is on 45. It's a confirmation coming. There's a special good morning to all the gentlemen who are here. And Malcolm was on striker's end. He's on 8. Going to the scorers. Official scorers. Rose will be continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Scott. Coming forward is Scott defensively. Playing the ball back down the track. Did not blossom in his first over, Rose. Looking to blossom now. Bowling to Scott. Short with that delivery. Guiding the ball or so behind point. Did not get on top of that shot though, Scott. Trying to open the face. Rose again, bowling to the right side. A hit in front. The appeal for leg before. May have touched the bat before. So Rose having Scott in all sorts of problems. The ball before that had a lot of bounce. Did not get on top of that. Now into the right-hander. Pulling. And just looked around though, only to find the fielder. So I thought though that the ball was played on the ground more so before it reached the fielder. Rose short. Pulling. Brilliant. Into the boundary for 4. And Scott, just to confirm, is on 49 or 50? 49. So Scott is on 49. You may look at the graphics and see 50, but he's on 49. That will be adjusted during lunch and interval. So Rose, we said before in his first over, he bowled quite a few short deliveries, and he's continuing on that same path in his second over. Bowling to Scott, who is on 49. Came in to join Dewar at the crease when Daly was caught. Bowling to the right-hander, outside the off-stump, cutting, heading to the boundary for 4 to bring up his half-century. That is a brilliant shot from this young man, DeMarcus Scott. 4 more runs to the total. Half century for Scott. 142 for 2 Excelsior after winning the toss and electing to bat. And batting, that's what they're doing, Scott. Gone on to 53. And Malcolm there with him. So Malcolm and Scott, 2 batsmen on your screen. Malcolm will be facing up. So Lloyd will be continuing from the northern end. Started at the southern end. Bowled 8 overs on the trot. Now bowling to the right-hander. Coming forward though. Making that delivery. A full toss. They go through for 1. Poor fielding for 4 runs. Oh my word. A lapse in concentration in the field once again. And Lloyd should not be happy at all with the effort he's seeing from his teammates in the field. I don't even want to use the term misfield. That is poor. Lloyd bowling once again to the right-hander, coming forward again, driving. But not with any license at all. Had no control of that shot. Here's Lloyd once again to Malcolm. Coming forward again, Malcolm. Playing the ball on the offside. He walks away. Almost gave away his wicket. Last over. Malcolm looks on. Lloyd again. Well, into the right-hander though. Wow. Did not know much about that delivery. Loves to come forward though on the front foot. Lloyd again. Bowling to Malcolm. Flighted. Full toss. Dispatched on the leg side. Going pretty close to the boundary though. They go through for 1 and it reaches the boundary now. Does it? No, it does. It was stopped. The best feeling I've seen all day. I thought it had gone in, but the fielder pulled it back. So the batsmen, they've crossed for 3. And Scott will be facing up to the bowling of Lloyd. Defensively, pushing on the outside. End of another over, the 25th of the innings. Excelsior 149 for 2. Malcolm does like to come on the front foot, especially to the spinners. He did that also when medium pacer Grant was operating from the northern end. Let's see who will be. Is it Rose continuing? Looks like Rose will be continuing from the southern end. Or Jamaica College. Just looking at the field though. He will be bowling to Malcolm. Bowling to Malcolm. Punching. Punching through. I will say before Rose continuing from the southern end. Go through for 1. 1 is all they get. Scott facing up to the bowling of Rose. It's a backward point. Extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Rose bowling to the right-hander. Try to tickle him fine though. A backward point running in, but allowing the wicket keeper to do the work. So another dot delivering from Rose. Bowling once again, flighted. Coming forward defensively is Scott. He stands on 53. Rose once again, quicker delivery, shot. He pulled it in the air. Oh my word, I can't believe the ball is on the ground. He popped up in the air. I was looking left or right, persons converging under the ball, but everyone was watching everyone. So persons are saying it's a wicketkeeper ball though, but if it is a wicketkeeper ball, he should have called out to say it's my ball. But no call was made. Wow. Another missed chance, and I'm not going to count again. Of how many missed chances Jamaica College has had so far in this matchup. Quicker delivery, pulling again on the leg side, misses I think, and it goes through to the boundary for 4. Let's look at what the buys. Misses all up, and it went right through for 4 buys. Pulling and missing. Scott. End of another over, the 26th of the innings. And Excelsior, who won the toss and elected to bat, are 154 for 2. Another chance go begging in this over.
Shamar, Savio next, down here. Still looking
So
for
that was
one
4
wicket.
buys earlier on.
Daniel, you can't catch one ball. Eh? Catch a ball.
As you look at the bowlers used in the innings from Jamaica College, 5 bowlers used so far. Andrew Lloyd was consistently, he bowled 8 overs on the trot. He has so far bowled 1 for 53 from 11 overs. He continues on the northern end. Turning on the leg side, brilliantly done. This young man, he goes pretty close to the boundary, goes into the boundary now for 4. Turning that delivery into a full toss was Malcolm, swinging the ball on the leg side. Got 21 runs on the board for Malcolm. .158 for 2. We're in the 27th over. Malcolm looking on the field though. Here's Lloyd once again. Flighted delivery and defensively playing the ball on the offside. Watchful is Malcolm. Lloyd again. Turning off the legs. Go through for 1. Think of the second. It's just a thought though. 1 more run to the total. 1 more run off the bat of Malcolm. 159 for 2. Lloyd. String on the leg side. Watchful is Scott. And watched it go on the leg side. Wicketkeeper had some work to do though. So Excelsior 159 for 2. Cutting, playing over that shot that kept a bit low. Expected some bounce was Scott. Cutting and missing. Lloyd continuing from the northern end. Bowling once again to Scott. Sweeping, hitting the edge, and he's gone. Is he? No. The ball went over the bat. Oh, no, the finger comes. Caught by the wicketkeeper. Wilbur Lamy. The umpire took his sweet time to lift the finger. And we stated before, if he's going to get dismissed, that would be the shot to dismiss him. He loves to sweep. He took it out of his strokes in his innings after the first 4 overs he faced. However, it sneaked back into his array of shots. He went for the sweep, hit the edge, popped up. That's what I saw though. And the wicketkeeper was right behind, took the catch. So the end of Scott was caught behind. So Michael Clark is a new batsman. So Scott going 4. So Lloyd getting his 2nd wicket of the innings. Andrew Lloyd. So Jones is a new bowler in use. This is the 6th bowler being used in this innings from Jamaica College. This wicketkeeper. Now bowler. So Savio Jones is a new bowler. He's also a wicketkeeper. So he's a well-rounded player, Mr. Jones. Michael Clark is the new batsman. He's at the non-striker's end. Malcolm facing up. The bowling of Jones. Jones from the southern end. Going forward defensively is Malcolm. Just checking back though on the official score for Scott. Flighted delivery. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Coming forward was Malcolm. And it goes pretty close to the boundary. They go through for 2. They're coming back for the 3rd. And 3 more runs to the total. 3 byes. So 162 for 3. Jones continuing. Looking around on the field though, mid-wicket. There's no mid-off. There's a long off. Long on. Slip has been taken out. Man at the long leg region. Fly to delivery on the leg side. Swinging it. Keeping it fine though. And into the boundary for 4. The fine leg region. 4 more runs. And looks to me like Michael Clark is off the mark. 4 runs off the bat of Clark. .166 for 3. Excelsior winning the toss and electing to bat. 3 wickets to have gone. Dewar, Daly and Scott. Scott top scoring so far in the innings. Here once again is Jones. Bowling to Clark. Punching the ball, the backward point region. Young man feeling at the backward point, seems like it's about 3 foot nothing. Shortest in the park, the yellow cap on. He's actually a first former. Short. Trying to play that to the third man region, going right through, pushing it through quickly to the wicket keeper. End of the 28th over. Excelsior, after winning the toss, are 166 for 3. Malcolm on 24 and Clark on 4. It's bright and sunny here. The grounds of Excelsior High, the Courtney Walsh Oval to be exact. You see the run chart looking through. So this is the average. Runs per over. Good to go. Lloyd continuing from the northern end. After getting the wicket of Scott, he has taken 2 wickets so far. Dot delivery. Oh, now it's changed. I was just looking at something. I saw 2 for 4, but 2 for 58. On the lower end of his screen, Andrew Lloyd in his 13th over. One more run. And Clark has taken his guard though. His first shot was a 4. He looks aggressive. Malcolm at the non-striker's end. Looks on. Adjustments made in the field. Short third man. Adjustment. Short third man is fine though. Here once again Lloyd bowling to Clark. Short. And coming back defensively. Just watching the turn from the right-hander. And across on the field though, mid-wicket. Going back and pulling. The fielder moving to his left. Preventing the ball from going into the boundary. Clark, one more run to the total. We told you before, he's aggressive. Whenever they are short, he tends to punish. Malcolm facing up to Lloyd from the northern end. And he angled it to the offside. Brilliantly done, though, by Malcolm. He's angled the face on the offside and sprinted through for a single. Clark is pointing to something that I don't know. He looks a strong lad. Bowling to the right-hander Clark and punching the ball down the ground into the boundary for 4. A full toss by Lloyd dispatched, and I told you before that this youngster knows how to punish. Bowling a bad delivery, he will punish. So, the wicket keeper was just bowling earlier on. It's another water break, the second of the innings coming up. Let's look back at the score. 173 for 3. Are we? So as you see, Lloyd taking 2 for 65.
Yeah, that.
We'll take a break here and come right back. Excelsior versus Jamaica College. Great Shield matchup, round 7. Checking to see who will continue. Rose was bowling at that end. Jones took over on the southern end. So Jones will be continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Malcolm. So 173 for 3. That's the correct score. Confirmed. Jones, flight delivery, straight on the leg side. It's a dot delivery though. And many persons at home will be wondering, why is that not called a wide? Oh, this is not a limited overs match. So Jones once again bowling to Malcolm. Again string on the leg side. How far to the appeal for what? I don't know. We're going through for leg buys. Jones bowling to Clark. Swinging the ball wide of the man at long on, go through for one. They come back for the second though. The aggressor is Clark, a no-nonsense player. So mid-wicket and long on. Not timed at all. Going across the right-hander with that delivery from Jones. .176 for 3 is a score. We're in the 30th over of the innings. Clark taps away. Watchful is Clark. String on the leg side. Here's a mid-wicket though. And a long on. Also a fine leg. Flighted delivery. Playing the ball back. Playing the ball back. And he's gone. And he's gone. Hit the bat, hit the wicket. We're trying to play the ball on the offside. A soft dismissal. And Excelsior losing their 4th wicket. So Clark is gone. For 11. Well, he's playing on. He was bowled actually. So the new batsman is Malik Miller. So the coaches may say though that Clark gave away his wicket. When you're at a cricket match, all different discussions happening, whether track or the field, football, or family. So the new batsman, Malik Miller. Malcolm at strike. Miller at the non-striker's end. Lloyd continuing from the northern end. This young man's a strong individual. Has bowled the bulk of overs. Shot. Wow. Very close though. The bails. Flighted delivery once again. Going forward, Malcolm defensively. Lloyd, flighted. String on the next side. I thought the fielder would have come in a little bit more though. As Lloyd bowling to Malcolm once again. Try to tickle him fine. Not successful at all. Malcolm looks on. 4 dot deliveries. That kept low from Lloyd. 14th over of the innings. Maybe another maiden from Lloyd. Bowling, going forward defensively, and that's a maiden. Andrew Lloyd has so far taken 2 for 65 in his 14 over spell. 176 for 4 after 32 overs. Miller yet to get off the mark. And Malcolm is on 26, has faced 47 deliveries so far. As Excelsior, after winning the toss, electing to bat. They lost a wicket of Dewar for 49. Daly was the first to go, went for 16. Marcus Scott, 53. And Michael Clark went for 11. Seems to be Jones will be continuing from southern end. Bowling to Miller though, left-hander. Left and right hand combination for Excelsior. The crease. Fourth over has so far taken 1 for 6. Jones pushing that ball through. But wide outside the off stump. The keeper using all he has to stop the ball from passing. And Jones is also the wicket keeper. Bowling to Miller. Hit on the pads and appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Pottinger. He looked down on his clock or his watch. .176 for 4 in the 33rd over. Jones outside the off stump string again, just tempting Miller. But Miller being very, very watchful and very disciplined. He's going to go around the wicket into the left-hander. Flighty delivery. Played at it, the appeal. I thought the bat though hit the pitch more so than the ball hitting the bat. Well, that's a good decision though by Jones to go around the wicket, which will make him play at the deliveries. So end of another over, the 33rd over, another maiden from Jamaica College. Two maidens on the trot. So one from Lloyd, the other now from Jones. 176 for 4. Malcolm 26. And Miller yet to score. There's Lloyd on the trot again. Continuing from the northern end. Bowling to Malcolm has to be watchful. His mind, he knew where his off stump was. Bowling to the right hander again, coming forward, playing the ball back down the track. Lloyd again. And as I said before, he bowled 8 overs on the trot earlier this morning from the southern end. Now operating from the northern end. He's on the same path. The last over was a maiden. Coming forward. Oh, almost. Kept a bit low though. Four dot deliveries in this over. 2 consecutive overs we have seen maidens. Is it going to be a third? Going to the right hander, Malcolm again trying to squeeze it through bat and pad. The gate almost closed, but it sneaked through. Lloyd again for the northern end, bowling flighted. Punch the ball through the covers. Into the boundary for 4. It found its way to the boundary. Over pitched. Full toss. Malcolm punished him. 4 more runs to close out the over. His 15th and the innings 34th. 180 for 4. That's a score. Malcolm on 30 has faced 53 deliveries so far. Miller, the left-hander, yet to get off the mark. If Jones continues, I think he will. He'll be facing up to Jones once again. Wasn't a bit of a bother in the last over. Jones came around the wicket. At first he started going through, was bowling across the left-hander. But then he changed it. And then he went around the wicket and the left-hander had to play at the deliveries. He never seemed comfortable at all. Here's Jones around the wicket to the left-hander. Slip introduced. Playing the ball back down the track. Flighty delivery though. Has to push it through a little quicker. Jones again, flighted again. Oh, beaten again. Miller, I would say in a spot of bother, but he has problems dealing with that delivery coming from around the wicket. Jones. Kept a bit low. Pulling to the left-hander once again. Flighty delivery. Punch the ball back down the ground. Brilliantly done. It goes into the boundary for 4. 4 more runs to the total. And off the mark. Miller looks good with that shot. I'm going to speak to 2 gentlemen a little later on. That was overpitched though, to be honest, from Jones. Had Miller in a spot of bother. Lighted delivery. Turning away from the left-hander. Has to be watchful though. once again. Jones from the southern end, bowling to Miller. Quicker delivery. Coming forward, angling the bat on the offside. No run scored though. But although the 4 was hit in that over though, to be honest, he troubled him somewhat with that second delivery, beat him outside the off stump when he came forward to drive. So that tactics, I think, should stay for Jones when he bowls to the left-hander. He started out in the last over bowling across the left-hander, and he wasn't playing at any delivery, so he went around the wicket into the left-hander, and for him to play at that delivery, he did. If there is an award to be given out for longevity on a cricket field, it has to go to Andrew Lloyd. He has been bowling, took one break. He has been bowling at the start of the Excelsior innings, who won the toss and elected to bat 184 for 4. Go through the scorecard a little later on. Lloyd flighted delivery. Malcolm back of the pitch. Right and left hand combination for Excelsior at the crease. Bleak conditions coming over the Courtney Walsh Oval. Flighted again. Popped up an appeal for leg before. And he's gone. Consistency is the key. That's what you would say. Malcolm goes back to the pavilion. He made 30. A judge leg before of the bowling of Lloyd. So far taking 3 for 69 for Jamaica College. 184 for 5. So Jamie Thomas is a new batsman. He'll be joining Miller. Here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. So Thomas coming in. We saw him earlier though. Warming up. He's a big lad. 184 for 5. We're in the 36th over of the innings. And it's going to be Thomas now. We'll be facing up to the bowling of Lloyd. Lloyd has to be known as the man that goes on and on like an Energizer Bunny. 8 overs on the trot from the southern end, and it keeps going now. And now 8 overs on the trot, northern end. He's in his 16th over, Andrew Lloyd, with 3 for 69. I was looking on the field. Lloyd bowling to the new batsman, pulling out of the run-up. Umpire Lamey signaling dead ball. Lloyd once again. String on the leg side. An appeal for what? No, he did not. The question was asked. The question was asked. Did the umpire lift the finger? In another way. Coming forward, playing the ball on the offside. Lloyd again, bowling to the new batsman. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. It's a short third man, though. Has to be careful how he plays that shot. And that's Thomas. Lloyd once again to Thomas, driving. In the covers. No run scored. So 184 for 5. End of the 36th over. A wicket made in this for the man Andrew Lloyd has taken 3 for 69. 8 overs on the trot twice. So 8 overs on the southern side, southern end, and 8 overs from the northern end. Wow. So Miller facing up to Jones again. Now Jones has troubled Miller with going around the wicket. The ball to the left-hander, hitting the inner half of the bat, going on the leg side. But what he needs to do is keep the ball outside the off stump. If he is to trouble him, to allow him to play out the deliveries. Once again, flighty delivery, and being very watchful is Miller. Another dot delivery. He's teasing him. Will he flight it again? That he does. Punching outside the off stump, brilliantly done. They go through for 1. They come back for the second. And it goes pretty close to the boundary though. And it's 4. Signal now made by the fielder. 4 more runs to the total. 4 runs off the bat of Miller. Has gone on to 8. The score stands at 188 for 5. So if you're just joining our broadcast, welcome to Courtney Walsh Oval for the Great Shield matchup, Jamaica College and Excelsior. Jones operating from the southern end, bowling to Miller. Although Miller has hit 2 fours off the bowling of Jones, Jones has troubled him somewhat, punching through the offside. They go through for 1, and they come back for the second. Now this is better running from what we're seeing from the Excelsior team. They could come up for the third though, but I thought though that Thomas had given up. I thought he had given up. Ran 2 and just did not look around. Yeah, once again, Jones flight to delivery. Coming forward, that kept him a bit low though. The bat did not go all the way down. And Jones, seeing that, almost going through the gate. End of another over. Jones has taken 1 for 16 from 6. Excelsior stands strong. 190 for 5. Wickets to have gone so far. Daly for 16. Dewar 49. Scott 53. And you have Michael Clark. He made 11 runs on the board. Malcolm make 30. Andrew Lloyd will be continuing from the northern end. 9th over on the trot, full toss, not dispatched by Thomas. I would say should have been dispatched though. Thomas yet to get off the mark. He's facing up to the most successful bowler so far in this matchup, Lloyd, who has taken 3 for 69. Bowling to Thomas. Slower delivery, popped up. Will he be caught? No. Oh, wicketkeeper scrambling around. Could not take it. So Thomas lives to fight another day. Getting instructions from persons. Bowling once more. Going back. Being very watchful this time. Thomas. Lloyd again. Bowling to Thomas. Flighty delivery. Playing the ball back up the pitch. He has bowled a few main overs, Lloyd. He has looked the most impressive bowler Jamaica College has shown on their roster. Shot, punching, through the cover cordon. They go pretty close to the boundary. And it goes into the boundary now. 4 more runs to the total. 4 runs off the bat. Thomas is off the mark. So signaling into the dressing room. Maybe at the end of this over, wants to change the bat. Lloyd once again, bowling to Thomas, coming forward, hit on the pad, and the hands of umpire Lamy moved, but just to go to his side. He took a sweet time earlier on to lift the finger. As at the end of another over, the 38th of the innings. I think that's lunch. At the end of the 38th over, 194 for 5. Just looking back on the innings. Daly was the first to go for 16. Dewar made 49. Both Dewar and Daly, they opened the innings. Scott came in. He has so far top scored in the innings with 53. Malcolm chipped in with 30 before he was adjudged leg before. Michael Clark, he made just 11. It looked promising, but he gave away his wicket. Hit 2 aggressive shots. But the ball was bowled just outside the off stump, dragged it back onto his stumps. 2 batsmen at the crease, Miller and Thomas. Miller on 10 and Thomas on 4. That's it, that's lunch. We come back after the luncheon interval.
Cheese up curve, cheese up come round. You not touch my gloves?
And decided to bat. They lost the wicket of Daly first. He went for 16, opened the innings with Dewar, David Dewar and Jamar Daly. Then came DeMarcus Scott. But Dewar fell for 49. Daly for 16. Scott, top scorer so far in the innings. Looking at umpire Pottinger, just making a signal to the scorers. DeMarcus Scott has so far top scored in the innings with 53. Malcolm, he made 30, while Clark 11. 2 batsmen at the crease, Miller and Thomas, left and right combination. So Miller, the left-hander. Jones will be continuing from the southern end. Flighty delivered first delivery after lunch. Just outside the off stump though, coming around the wicket. He troubled him somewhat. It's Miller in his spell before lunch. Whenever Jones is bowling to Miller, a slip has been introduced. Flighty delivery outside the off stump. That's a ploy though to make him play out the deliveries. He has hit 2 fours off the bowling of Jones. However, he has looked in some sorts of trouble, driving outside the off stump as he did just then. Flashing, not to the pitch of that delivery. He has had problems with Jones going around the wicket. Still continuing. Unstopped. Has to keep it outside the off stump though. If he's to trouble Miller. Jones once again, flighted delivery, turning into a full toss. They thought of going through for a single. Dot delivering. 194 for 5. Miller is on 10. He taps away the crease. Flighted again, or beaten again. Half-hearted appeal again. Wow. So umpire Pottinger just looks away to say, that's it, young man. Another over from Jones. 1 for 16 from 7 overs. Another maiden from Jones. But the fact is, he has troubled Miller, though, the left-hander, with the ball moving away from that left-hander, turning from the left-hander. He's not to the pitch of the deliveries bowled by Jones. And he keeps flashing outside the off stump. At first, the ploy goes toward him. He did not go around the wicket at first. But when he was delivering those deliveries, or bowling those deliveries, it was across the left-hander. Moving away from the left-hander, and he did not do anything. Just left them alone. Now, going around the wicket, he has to play at those deliveries. There you see your fars right to your screen. And Jonker flying across. Lloyd continuing. A dot delivery. 3 for 73, Lloyd. He bowled 8 overs on the trot, Andrew Lloyd. Again, trying to tickle him fine though, Thomas. Just looking at umpire Lehman to see what call be made. A leg by. So 1 more run to the total. 1 more run on the extra board. Lloyd to the left-hander. Trying the same ploy as Jones. Going around the wicket to the left-hander. Flighty delivery, full toss, punching through the covers. Well, the fielder is there. Not in your on your screen. It will move to his left. The left-hander Miller got a gift a short while ago. Did not unwrap it fully. Going to the right-hander, tickle him fine once again. Thomas. .196 for 5. As stated before, though, Lloyd bowled 8 overs from the southern end on the trot, driving down the ground, feeling half-hearted by Lloyd. Thomas again signaling about a bat. But he just came off the field. He signaled before about the bat. He had his lunch, went back on and signaling again about bat. Coming forward, Thomas. So I'm a bit surprised though, because they just resumed from lunch. If it is that you needed a bat change, it would have been done then. And the bat would have been checked. But you're just coming in from lunch and you're changing the bat. And you can say anything can happen anytime though. But the reason why I say that, just before they went to lunch, he made a signal to change the bat. He did not change it at that time. He said to wait. And I'm thinking that could not be the same bat he asked to change. He went inside and outside 4. So I'm amused by that though. Not amused. Jones continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Miller. Flighty deliver again outside the off stump. Slashing again. We've seen that happen at least 8 or 9 times. Miller's timing is poor. Going forward defensively. Sign bowling into the left-hander, not moving away. .196 for 5. Flight it again, driving. They go through for a quick single. Thomas stood his ground somewhat though. It wasn't his call. It was Miller's call. One more run to the total. Gentleman just walking past. The coach of the Excelsior team also coaches Lucas Kirkland Bailey. One of his favorite talk though, blessings. Jones bowling to the right-hander Thomas. He's very watchful again. Xavier Jones, who keeps wicket at times. Very resourceful player. Jones to Thomas, flight to delivery, driving and driving strong. Brilliantly done by Thomas. Got a gift, unwrapped it, and made a meal of it. He struck that hard. 4 more runs to the total, 4 more runs off the bat of Thomas. He's a strong lad. Here once again is Jones on the southern end. Just looking on the field though. Quicker delivery from Jones. They go through for a quick single. There's a young man at back with a point though. They say he's in first form in the field. First form at Jamaica College. He looks like 9, 8 years old. Andrew Lloyd will be continuing from the northern end. He has been bowling non-stop. He bowled 8 overs in that first spell. And this is the second spell continuing, although the lunch let him rest. So Lloyd bowling to Thomas from the northern end. Fly to delivery, punching the ball, hitting the outer half of the bat. They go through, went through the fielder at mid-off and goes into the boundary for 4. Loose feeling by Jamaica College. For 5, the scoreline. Thomas looks on, faces again the bowling of Lloyd. So that went for 4, should have easily gone for 1. The mid-off is deep. Going back and punching that ball. The leg side. Go through for 1. There's a fielder close to the bat though. Half-hearted chance that was. Miller to face up to the bowling of Lloyd. Yes, so far taking 3 for 79. This is his 19th over. Quicker delivery. So Miller going forward defensively though. Half-hearted you may say. Not looking comfortable at all against the spin. Fly to delivery, driving. On the ground into the boundary for 4. Good on drive. 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs off the bat of Miller. Although not looking comfortable at times, he's doing what he has to do after Excelsior won the toss and elected to bat this morning. Good delivery. Wide. They go through for 1. Keeper has to do better than that, though. So 1 more run to the total, 1 more extra on the board. End of another over. Andrew Lloyd is 19th over, 3 for 83. Jones will be continuing. I'm thinking that Jones will be continuing. So Bell. Making some adjustments here. Jones, flight delivery. Again, you see the slash from Miller. Not a lot of movement with his feet, Miller, as he taps away the crease. Flight to deliver again, this time on stumps. Is forward. Jones once again to Miller. Flighted outside the off stump. Watchful is Miller. He can stay there all day and be very watchful. However, they do need runs on the board if they are to declare. Flight delivery. No pressure whatsoever from Miller. Doing the rehearsal shots. Flight delivery. Swinging the ball down the ground into the boundary for 4. And the mid-off turned into a spectator. Looked eager at first when he saw Miller winding up. But after unleashing that shot, he knew he had to just run to pick it up from the boundary. Quicker delivery outside the off stump, just a bit quicker though. It's another over. 43rd. .216 for 5. Thomas on 14. Miller on 20. Looking back on the scorecard for the Excelsior team. Duo fell for 49. Daly for 16. Both opened the innings for the home side here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Scott, he has so far top scored. He made 53 runs, came 1 down. Malcolm contributed 30 runs to the total, while Michael Clark, who looked promising with 2 glorious 4s, he fell for 11. It was bold actually, played on. So Bell replacing Lloyd. From the northern end. Somewhere looks on though, taps where the crease. Thomas on the field. Short third man, back with a point. Cover, extra cover. With the right hander, beaten outside the off stump. Beaten outside the off stump for the first delivery. Thomas has to be careful coming forward. Has gotten a bit windy here. Flight to delivery once more. Swinging the ball. Would he be caught? Yes, he goes. The end of a Thomas run. So Grant, the fast, or should I say the medium bowler, taking the catch. Had to be done. So Thomas goes for 14. Excelsior losing their 6th wicket of the innings. So Grant. Sean Clark is a new batsman. So the 6th wicket to go down. Sean Clark is the new batsman, joining Miller at the wicket. As you look in the back of your screen, a truck over by the community college. Passing by. Some patrons over the college were viewing the game. Let's look back on the wicket. Just lobbed it into Grant's hands. Was that mid-on? Big up to the team. As Bell continuing, bowling to the new batsman, Clark. Appealing for leg before, the hands of the umpire went up, but not the direction they wanted it to. Umpire Wilfer Glenn Lamy. So we're about to show the replay, but now we will. For that appeal. Bell ringing on this Thursday. Pitching outside the off stop and continuing in that direction. 216 for 6. Clark yet to get off the mark. Fly to delivery. So wicket maiden for Bell. Being urged on by the coaching staff and former players of Jamaica College. So what would be the approach of these two batsmen? Excelsior, in their minds, need to put on some more runs and put on quickly if they are to make a declaration. So Thompson, who bowled earlier this morning, medium pacer, is back on. 1 on for 30. He just saw the projected score. We know that the teams are not going to reach the projected score. The coach of Jamaica College on your screen. Has been very vocal though throughout and animated. He's a medium pacer, Cole Thompson. He's bowling to the left-hander, Miller. Has been there for some time though, Miller. Thompson to Miller. Kept a bit low though. Not a lot of foot movement. Now he rehearses and the movement comes. But not while he was playing the original shot. Thompson again. Outside the off stump, slashing but wide, signaled by the umpire. Umpire Pottinger. Gave me a name earlier on. And I asked him for his name. Can't repeat though. It was comical. Playing the ball on the offside. Miller. Still having a little problem with his footwork. Side of the crease. I think his coaches would have a problem with that. Putting out to the run-up. Thompson. Miller tapping away. Putting on the leg side. Not the greatest delivery though from Thompson. He saw him slash outside the off stump and missing. And his next delivery was in the body. So one more run to the total. One more run to Miller. He has moved on to 21. Has faced 40 deliveries. Thompson will be bowling to Clark. They had a talk earlier on. Going back, trying to own the face of the bat. That's one slip being used. Thompson. Bowling to the right-hander. Wasted delivery. Outside the off stump. For Clark. Was yet to go off the mark just yet. Has faced 6 deliveries. Thompson once again from the southern end at the Courtney Walsh Oval. String again this time on the leg side. He's everywhere. As bowling way outside the off stump. Bowling on the leg side. That was the last delivery of the 45th over. And Cole's 5th. 218 for 6. Well, Bell was bowling from the northern end, got 1 over. Will he be continuing? The wicketkeeper was not at the right place. So Bell going around the wicket to the left-hander Miller, and that has been deployed to try and get him out. Has not worked just yet. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. We have to try something. But he looks suspect outside the off stump. Miller. A while looking suspect. He's taking his sweet time and tabulating some runs. Flighted delivery from Bell. Miller is playing defensively. Back on the track. Bell once again. Win across. Not taken clearly by the wicketkeeper. Well, Jamaica College know that Excelsior would want some quick runs here for a declaration. It's a good ploy by JC. Swing on the leg side. And you ask the question, why Miller missed? Because Miller's intention was to drift on the offside, and he realized was going on the leg side. Fly to deliver again, hitting the outer half of the bat. They go through for one, and they thought of a second. They're coming back for the second. 2 more runs to the total. Miller is on 23. Shot on the leg side. Again. Looked cramped up somewhat. Now he rehearses. And he thinks that's what he should have done. He's anticipating all deliveries outside the off stump. Flighted delivery, full toss, ball played down the ground. And poor fielding though. It hasn't reached the boundary as yet. No, it does. So 4 more runs to the total. 4 more runs off the bat of Miller. Punishing that full toss. Oh, that was sloppy. That was sloppy. End of the 46th over. Excelsior 224 for 6 after winning the toss and electing to bat. Thompson will be continuing from the southern end, medium pacer. Let's see what he can do. To Thompson. Had some control issues in his last over. To Clark, right-hander. No ball. So that's a no ball from Clark. From Thompson, pardon me. You know why I said Clark? Clark is facing up. Quicker delivery. Clark covering up. Playing the ball on the offside. A slight breeze was blowing over the ground earlier this morning. However, the breeze has stepped up, has changed from slight, bordering on heavy. That delivery outside the off stump, another wasted effort. This from Thompson. Cole is his first name. .225 for 6. Thompson bowling. Oh, again. Beaten outside the off stump. Clark Seems like he's lost. That was a beautiful delivery. Ooh. Moved off the seam. Did a bounce. Went through to the wicketkeeper. Thompson string on the leg side. .225 for 6 is the score. Mr. Bromfield in the house, the principal of Excelsior High. As Thompson now bowling to the right-hander. Clark has faced about 13 deliveries. Not yet off the mark. Here's Thompson once again. Oh, waited on that delivery though. Clark. He waited on that delivery, played it defensively on the offside. End of the 47th over. Excelsior 225 for 6. Clark yet to get off the mark. Miller is with him on 27 from 46. Already did that, sir. So we're just looking. Bell continuing from the northern end. Looking on the field though. A short third man. No backward point. Backward point deep actually. Cover. Mid off. The left hander. Pin ball on the onside. Miller taking his sweet time though, but he has to remember they're playing for a win, so he has to be aggressive after lunch. Bell flighted, full toss, slashing, goes into the boundary for 4 more runs to the tally, peeling off the outer half of the bat. 229 for 6. Sadiwa, he made 49. Daly, 16. DeMarcus Scott contributed 53 to the total. Malcolm, 30. Clark, 11. That's Michael Clark. And Jamie Thomas made 14. Miller facing up to Bell once again. Miller so far taking 1 for 40. Driving the ball to the mid-off region. They go through for 1. 1 is 1, and you call it. So can Clark come off the mark? That's a big question here for the right-hander, the big right-hander from Excelsior. Miller has taken up his time and building up a score. Bell bowling to the right-hander. Oh, that's a full toss. That's a gift. Playing across the line. That delivery from Bell. So a slip being introduced for the right-hander. Was yet to get off the mark. Finally he put bat to ball, but it goes nowhere. Once again, Bell. Good delivery, beaten outside the off stump. That's a beautiful delivery. Came forward defensively. Pitched and turned. away from the right-hander. Ooh. Half-hearted appeal from Bell. End of the 48th over. 2:30 for 6 Excelsior. And the big story so far, Sean Clark. Not off the mark just as yet. So Cole Thompson continuing from the southern end. Thompson has so far, his figures, none for 41. A medium pacer to the left-hander. What the spinners have done, they have gone around the wicket when they bowl to the left-hander. Punted the ball to find cover fielder. A dot delivery though. Will the match go up to 6 o'clock? As I was reminded earlier on. So we'll be here for a little while. Punching outside the off stump once again. Misfield, they go through for 1. Easily taken. And a backward point. Could not hold on. Thompson continuing from the southern end, bowling to the left-hander, Miller. Kept a bit low that delivery. And the signal made to the dressing room. .232 for 6 after 49 overs. Excelsior, who won the toss and elected to bat earlier this morning, opened the innings with Dewar and Daly. David Dewar, Jamar Daly. So Daly, who left the party first on 16, was caught. Dewar was now joined by Scott, DeMarcus Scott. Dewar then fell for 49. And Scott was joined by Malcolm. Malcolm fell for 30. And Scott fell for 53. Top scored in innings so far, 53 from Scott. Clark played a cameo 11. And Thomas in 14. A bowling change as Bell is off and Grant is on. So 2 medium pacers on. Grant, however, had some problems this morning with his control. If he irons that out, will be a good medium pacer. Has height. But you think, though, as I said earlier this morning, that he may unleash a few fast deliveries. We're waiting on that to happen. Grant bowling to Clark. He's bowled him. I said before, Excelsior losing their 7th wicket, 232 for 7. Clark going back for 1. I was saying before about Grant. If he gains some control, he'll be a much better bowler. Tavon Malcolm. So Sean Clark, last wicket to go. 1. So Tavon Malcolm, the new batsman. And the score 232 for 7. He's about 12 years old though. Calvin Malcolm, who made 30 in the innings, is his older brother. Let's see what he can do. 27 actually. That's a correction with the score. Well, he's almost as tall as a bat, though. A little bit taller, I should say. Taking his guard, Davon. It's about 12 or 13, I've been told. Facing up to the medium pacer of Grant. Or the medium pace of Grant. Second wicket has gone down. Grant now bowling to the new batsman. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was close. Let's look back at that delivery. That was close. Timon taps away at the crease. Malcolm is his last name. Facing the bowling of Grant. It popped up. He's gone. Caught and bowled by Grant. His second winning, second wicket in the over. Malcolm goes back for a duck. So Damian Ricketts is a new batsman. A run down with a score. Take a look back at the wicket. So just look back at the wicket. Score 232 for 8. Damon Ricketts. Join Miller at the wicket. Caught on bowled by Grant. So far taking 2 wickets in this over. 50th over of the innings. Is this Grant's 4th over? 3.3. Bowling to the right-hander. Playing the ball on the offside. Met with some cheers from the Excelsior players. Ricketts. Two wickets, 2 dot balls so far in this over. In bowled by Grant. Better control by Grant. Oh, tuckered him up. Trying to come forward though from that delivery. Pretty close to a sensitive area. He's fighting for his team. 232 for 8. That's phase 2 delivery so far. Grant once again outside the off stump. A better over from Grant, not because he took 2 wickets, because better control from what he displayed earlier on. 232 for 8 after 50 overs. Ricketts yet to get off the mark. And Miller in a very short while. Has been an interesting day. This great shield matchup between Excelsior and Jamaica College. We saw Raywin Senior earlier today. Former Excelsior captain, winner of the Sunlight, national youth player. Raywin Senior in both football and cricket. Outstanding Grey Shield player for Excelsior for many years. Thompson will be continuing from the southern end. So 2 medium pacers, Cole Thompson on one end and Grant on the other. Bowling to Miller. Left-hander, straying on the leg side. Bounce. With no direction at all. Looking back on the field. Backward a point. Cover, mid-off, a slip. Situated at the second slip. Punch the ball on the leg side. No. They look a bit spirited. That's Jamaica College after lunch. This morning looked a little bit lethargic. Dropped a few chances. A few meaning about 6 or 7, if you want to call that a few. Thompson once again, bowling to the left-hander, straying on the leg side again. It's another dot ball, another dot delivery. Piling up. Not a limited overs game though. Well, what it does, it puts some pressure on Excelsior. And the pressure was told a while ago. That slash outside the off stump from Miller was not to the pitch of that delivery. Thompson once again bowling to Miller. Over in the face of the bat though. Glancing that shot past a man that slipped. We're into the boundary for 4. Delicate shot though. Finding the boundary. Played forward, open the face. Four more runs. Thompson once again. Trying to drive, though, was Miller. Played over that shot. Played over that delivery, I should say. Wow. Had a touch on it. End of another over. Miller not as confident, though, although the score ticking over. But as I said before, he's doing what he has to do. So Grant will be continuing from the northern end. Medium pace all around. 2:37 for 8. Facing up is Miller. Was turtled on to 38. Grant bowling to the left-hander. Oh, that kept low with some pace. Finally, we have seen some pace from Grant. Confidence on a high. But that crept on the pitch. That was low. Slashing outside the off stump. Miller. Wouldn't say has to be careful. Seems like he's going after most, if not everything. He loves to drive through the covers, though. But his timing is not impeccable. Grant once again. Driving. I stated before. Can't beat the cover cordon. Another dot delivery. That's piling up. Taking the ball off the pegs. Going into the boundary for 4. A knockout shot, though. Never thought that would have reached the boundary. Moved across his wicket. Swung the ball on the leg side. Into the boundary for 4. There was no square leg. It was Miller who hit that 4. So Grant will continue from the northern end. I want to turn him around, though. The man in the fine leg region. Just one. So one more run to the total. Scoreline stands at 242 for 8. Ricketts has been there a little while now. Facing up to Grant. Oh, almost went through the gate, though. And it goes into the boundary for 4. So 4 byes signaled by umpire Lamy. Still Ricketts not off the mark just as yet. Miller at the other end at 43. End of Grant's 5th over. 3 for 25. 246 for 8. 8 wickets to have gone down. They were 49. Daly 16. Scott 53. Malcolm 27. Michael Clark, 11. Thomas, 14. Rashawn Clark, 1. And Malcolm, a duck. In the field. Thompson, continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Miller. Pulling away. As I said before, was a light breeze in the morning. Now it's bordering on heavy. Thompson bowling to Miller. Point to the ball on the leg side. They go through for 1. It was pretty close to the boundary though, before it's picked up or stopped. They come back for the second. 2 more runs to the tally. So just looking on. Thompson. Into the pads, an appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Pottinger. So 2:48 to score for 8. To Thompson. Continuing from the southern end. Slashing outside the off stump. Going into the boundary. Should be close to his half century. So they're slashing outside the off stump. 4 more runs to the tally. Just checking the official score. Thompson bowling. Bowling to Miller again. String on the leg side, swinging the ball around. Goes into the boundary for 4. That's his half century. Took his sweet time. But now he has upped the ante somewhat. Been very aggressive. Declaration has been taken. So when he made that first 4, he reached 49. So just checking Excelsior score. 256. And he made another 4 after this. So Miller with 53. Unbeaten. Ricketts with him on 3. Excelsior 256 for 8. Declaring their Grey Shield match against Jamaica College. Duo opened the innings with Daly. Duo made 49, Daly 16. DeMarcus Scott coming 1 down. He contributed 53. Malcolm just leg before for 27. Michael Clark looked aggressive with 11. Miller unbeaten on 53. Jamie Thomas 14. Rashawn Clark 1. Tavon Malcolm, he made a duck. 256 for 8. Declaration coming after winning the toss and electing to bat. Let's see what will happen in Jamaica College innings. Excelsior will start as favorites as they did this morning. We take a break. We'll be back for the response from Jamaica College. Affair. Miller driving outside the off stump. They thought of going through for a single. Driving and missing was Bell. As Miller teasing, tempting, dangling. Strong offside field. Two slips, back with a point, cover, mid off, extra cover, outside the off stump again. From once you see this field of a strong offside field. The two slips back with a point, cover, extra cover, mid off. There's a mid on, square leg, and a fine leg. Miller, the left arm pacer. Again outside the off stump. Again, Bell coming across, trying to drive. Bowling again. Going forward, half-hearted by Bell. Being very watchful though is Bell. Top of the table clash though between these two teams. Excelsior and Jamaica College. Both have gone through the next round. Beaten outside the off stump, kept a bit low again. Coming forward was Bell. So, first over, one run coming from it, a wide, an extra. Jones, who was looking on from the non-striker's end, he'll be facing up. So Scott from the southern end. Will be bowling to Jones of Jamaica College. With a strong offside field for that first over. Two slips, back with a point, cover, extra cover. Mid off. Let's see if they continue on that path for the spinner. Scott. No, they won't. Appeal half-hearted. Coming forward though was Jones. Not a full stretch. Look back at the replay though. Look at his front foot. The shuffling more so than anything else. And he has got him. He has gotten him with his second delivery. DeMarcus Scott getting better of Jones for a duck. Did not like the foot movements of Jones. Like before, giving Pottinger, the umpire, an easy decision to make. Just shuffling in the crease. So Jones is gone. So Grant, the medium pacer, is the next batsman to come in. Although persons are uttering, that's my son. No, it's not. Not at all. So Jamaica College losing their first wicket in that second over, the second delivery of that second over. Bowled by DeMarcus Scott. Scott will be bowling now to Grant. He can't turn the ball though. From the southern end, Scott once again bowling to the new batsman. He's beaten outside the off stump. That's Grant. In his second spell, while he was bowling, Grant, medium pace, he had showed more control with the ball, leaving his hand. Scott once again to Grant, going back. The ball on the offside. Very watchful. A lot of bounce though on that end of the wicket. Grant taps away the crease. Flighted delivery. Watchful. Can't beat the cover cordon. So the score stands 1-1. Jamaica College replying to Excelsior's 256 for 8 declared. Flighted delivery, it popped up, and he's gone. Grant is gone. The second wicket to go down, caught and bowled by DeMarcus Scott. 1 for 2. Wow. Grant, another duck in Jamaica College's response. So trying to swing the ball away in top edge, and Grant goes for a duck. And it's going to be Cole Thompson, the new batsman. Two medium pacers, back to back. So 1 for 2. As you see the replay again. Confidence shown by Scott. That was a very good catch actually, over his shoulder. So that was the last delivery from Scott. Miller continue from the northern end. Bowling to Bell. With a bounce in that delivery. From Miller. Outside the off stump though. I said before in that first over was a strong offside fielder. Continued on that path. With 2 slips back with a point cover. Extra cover. And a mid off. Oh, being very watchful. Is Bell setting his bat more so than anything else. And playing a shot. Waited on that delivery from Miller. Continuing is Miller from the northern end. Bowling to Bell. Oh, driving and missing. Seems like he has lost his license. Well, it could be true though. Doesn't seem like he's in control when he drives. Driving again. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He takes his sweet time. The finger off Wilbur Glen Laming goes up. He has to go back to the pavilion. And another duck. So Cole Thompson is there. So Andrew Lloyd is a new batsman. So 1 for 3. 3 ducks. Jones a duck. Bell a duck. And Grant a duck. The farm is just around the corner. But Jamaica College, they have to dig deep. They're in a hole. 1 for 3. The new batsman, Lloyd. We're facing up to the bowling of Miller. Not a great response in the batting department from Jamaica College. Well, that was the coach's instruction, telling his players that they have all day, all afternoon. It goes up till 6 o'clock. Don't rush it. Here once again is Miller bowling to the new batsman. He's very watchful. Is Lloyd. It's replay for that delivery a while ago. Lloyd, you can call him the Energizer Bunny though. He bowled and bowled earlier this morning. They are appealing for leg before from that delivery from Miller. A Yorker length. So end of the over. Let's look back at that delivery. Wouldn't say in front though, but if you see what Lloyd did, when he got hit on the pad, he just walked away and held his head down. Did not want to see the dreaded finger. I think he was praying at that time. If you see the score on your screen, it's not a mistake. If you just joined us or just joined our broadcast, Scott will be continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Thompson. He pulls out, pulls away. Dead ball signaled by umpire Pottinger. Here once again is Scott. Flighted delivery. Watching the turn. And moving the bat with a turn, angling the bat with a turn. A dot delivery. He has to be careful though. Once more, Scott bowling to Thompson. Flighted again. Trying to angle the ball, the leg side. Losing the plot just a bit though is Scott. Drifting more so in the pads, more so than outside the off stump. Quicker delivery. Better delivery from Scott. Great defensive work from Thompson. Fly to deliver again, coming forward. And they go through for one. I'm going to come back for the second though. I'm going to look on the umpire to say if it's a bye or did it touch something. Leg bye. So no one on Jamaica College team is off the mat just yet. 3 wickets to have gone down. 3 ducks. The 2 batsmen who are at the crease are yet to play any off the bat. Scott once again bowling to Thompson. Covering up Thompson. Leg side once again. Turning into the right-hander. Field for the right-hander. Going for hit on the pad. They're appealing for leg before. Hit on the front foot. No, says umpire Pottinger. Got the replay. May have touched the bat though. May have. End of another over from Scott. And the score 3 for 3. As Miller, seems like Miller will be continuing. From the northern end, bowling to Lloyd. Lloyd looking around the field though, so where he can get some runs. Golly now introduced. He's bowled him. Yorker length delivery. He was looking all around, but what he should be looking at was the ball as he played over it. And Andrew Lloyd has to go back to the pavilion with the 4th duck of the innings. Bowled cleanly by Miller. Went through the gate. Gate was wide open. And tore down the stumps. The new batsman. So Chavez Morrison is the new batsman. So 3 runs, none coming off the bat. So no one has made any runs off the bat just as yet. Thompson as a non-striker looks on. He's also on a duck. Now joined by Chavez Morrison. Miller once again from the northern end, bowling to the new batsman. That kept low. That kept low. He played over that and around. Chavez Morrison. Wow, that had some pace with it. So Miller continuing. Bowling to Morrison once again. Tuckered him up. An appeal for leg before. And the hand goes up. So another duck. Chavez Morrison. Leg before. Umpire Lamy took his sweet time to lift his finger. So Morrison is gone. Look at the replay. Came half-hearted. And umpire Lamy took his sweet time to lift the finger, the dreaded finger. Jason Charles is the new batsman. How to say Ian Forbes in the house. I'm not going to comment too much. So Miller has taken 3 wickets so far. Scott 2. Jason Charles and Cole Thompson at the crease. So will be Miller continuing. So Charles, new batsman, he's a left-hander. Left and right combination at the crease for Jamaica College. Miller continuing from the northern end, bowling to the left-hander. He did not play a shot. He stepped across. What was Charles doing? Let's look back at the replay. Well, Sir Miller thought he had another wicket. Bowling. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Another duck. Are you kidding me? Jason Charles goes off the bowling of Miller. Six wickets has gone down. 3 runs on the board. The 3 runs are extras. Look at the replay. That was poor from Jason Charles. The new batsman. Andre Rose is a new batsman. This performance from Jamaica College. Not encouraging at all. 3 extras, 3 runs, the only run so far on the board. It's now down to Cole Thompson and Zandre Rose. And the new batsman, Rose, is facing up to the left-arm pacer, Malik Miller. And the yellow line shows extras. Rose, left-arm batsman, facing up. That was right behind. That was close to the leg stump. I don't think he knew where leg stump was. Woo! And normally we'd say wicket maiden, but you have to pluralize it. 3 wickets going in that over. Jamaica College, they're 3 for 6. Responding to Excelsior's 256 for 8. They are still searching for a winning total of 257. Scott will be continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Thompson. Coming forward, Thompson. Looks a bit confident. Scott once again. Swings the ball very positive. I told you before, he looked pretty confident. Goes into the boundary for 4. 4 more runs to the tally. So Thompson, the first run off the bat. Going the way of Thompson. Seven for 6. Scott once again. Bit short. Playing the ball down the ground once again through. No, I thought it went through the fielder. No, it did not. Took its sweet time though to bring the ball under control. Crossed for 1. Rose would normally say the new batsman, but both batsmen are new. So the track of the field program also going on at Excelsior High. Right here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Scott once again, flighty delivery. Beaten outside the off stump. Feeling for that delivery was Rose. Knew nothing of it. Scott. Flighty delivery. Oh, again, just outside the off stump. Rose has to be careful. He is on a dangerous score. Rose taking his guard again. Better from Rose. That's the end for another over. Yes, it is. As umpire Pottinger took a sweet time to go over to the square leg region. So I was watching him, realizing the over was up. 6 overs gone. Jamaica College searching for 257 runs for victory. There are 8 for 6. 2 batsmen at the crease. Thompson, he's on 5. And Zandre Rose yet to get off the mark. Thompson will be facing up to the bowling of Miller. He'll be continuing from the northern end. for this Excelsior unit. So Thompson is tapping away of the crease. Left arm pacer. Miller's taking 4 for 5. He pulls away. That's Thompson trying to unsettle him. Maybe it will work, maybe it won't. Time will tell. But what it has told so far, that Jamaica College batsmen are not up for the task. Or the new term, batter. Miller driving is Thompson, trying to beat the cover cordon. Thompson going forward, driving. So one slip, gully. Back with a point. Cover, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, square leg. Left hander, swing and a miss. So Thompson is positive. However, not careful, but positive. He's going after everything. Why not? He's off the mark. Not like his teammates. Miller once again. Slower delivery from Miller. Thinking or seeing him being very aggressive in that last delivery. Miller thinking that he would be aggressive again and gave him a slower delivery. Miller once again punching. That's a good shot from the big man. Goes into the boundary for 4. A solid shot off the middle of the bat from Thompson. And there you see Miller not happy with that delivery. Jamaica College reaching double figures. $12 for 6. Miller. Oh, ball wide. Signaled by umpire Lamy. That delivery. Pitch to move. Away from the right-hander. Saw some junkers flying over earlier. And I know something would have happened when I saw 2 at the start of Jamaica College innings. Miller to Thompson. Driving is Thompson. Can't pass the mid off. And I said before, it seems like he's going after everything that's pitched outside the off stump. Thompson facing up. Ball kept a bit low. From that delivery from Miller. End of another over. And Jamaica College has certainly moved up to 12 for 6. One thing they have in common is their end score. That's the players from Jamaica College who have batted already. So I can call 6 names, and the 6 names would read the same score. Won't mount out anything though if you calculate all scores, if you count them together. So they got to follow the wickets. Wow. 1, 2, 3. So Scott will continue from the southern end, bowling to the left-hander. Rose was not yet off the mark, so he has to be careful though. He is on a dreaded number when he comes on to this match and Jamaica College batsmen. Scott, flighty delivery. Playing forward was Rose. Flighted again, coming across. Playing the ball on the offside. Rose. Scott to Rose. Flighted. Play the ball on the onside. I think he's growing in confidence though. As Thompson. The longer he's there, he's getting more comfortable. Flighted again. Driving. Up. And a misfield. He's off the mark. So only one. Hit the outer half of the bat. He's off the mark. So Rose moving on to one after facing 8 deliveries. Thompson, who has been extremely aggressive. Let's see if the aggression continues when he faces Scott for the rest of this over. This is the 8th over of the innings. Jamaica College searching for 257 for victory, 14 for 6. Playing the ball back down the track is Thompson. Very watchful though. Seems like he played in slow motion. Confidence oozing. Flighted again. Slashing outside the off stump. Going through to the wicket keeper. So end of another over is we're looking on the umpire, Pottinger. Signal the end of the over. Wow. $14 for 6. Miller's taken 4 for 6. DeMarcus Scott 2 for 6. So looking to see if Miller will be continuing, but I don't think so. So it's going to be a bowling change. Michael Clark. You only made 11 with the bat, Clark. So here's a new bowler. The new bowler, Michael Clark. Bowling is Clark. Bowling to the left-hander, Rose. Clark. Bowling to the left-hander. Half-hearted appeal to umpire Lemmy. Rose, who Seemed like he was growing in confidence last over. Going string on the leg side though. Wanting to swing him down to the boundary. Made no contact whatsoever, Rose. Clark cutting outside the off stump. Well fielded. And there are two players running to one end. Can they run him out? And they have not. Oh, scrappy play from Excelsior. Scrappy play from Excelsior. We have to look at the replay for this. Normally it's a comedy of errors. The ball was played and both. And then, can you look at it? I'd love to see the replay again though. Cutting. And then the batsman in question, that's Rose, turned back. So the batsman coming, that's Thompson, fell over the wicketkeeper. I'm hoping that he's okay though. And you can't blame anyone for that because both were watching the ball, not looking where they were going. But a huge mix-up between Thompson and Rose. Thompson coming out the worst. And the throw was to the wrong end from the Excelsior fielders. But this morning we saw some mistakes from Jamaica College. So it works on both ends. You see getting up. The wicket keeper seems like he's okay. Batsman is getting up. From Jamaica College is Thompson. It seems like from my vantage point, both players are okay. What a game we're having here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. On the grounds of Excelsior High. And there is a young lady who just walked across the camera. Out there, Kirkland Bailey, the coach to your right of your screen of Excelsior High. The two umpires having a word, Pottinger and Lamy. Yeah, should be one more run though, because he made the run to the other end. So it should be a single. Because Rose is going to, the red helmet is going to go back up top. So it should be one. So one more run to the total. That was more than a comedy of errors though. Now Thompson will be facing Clark. From bowling from the northern end though. At Jamaica College wanting to build a partnership. In their response, they've lost 6 quick wickets, all ducks. And they are to rebuild. The wicketkeeper has been changed. Looks like Thomas. So Jamie Thomas is wicketkeeper now. As batsman. 4 runs to Thompson. I was looking now on the wicketkeeper, Thomas. Thompson, the aggressive one. Clark, again from the northern end to the right-hand batsman. Going back, punching to the skipper. Finishes his over. As Jamaica College. Jones a duck, Bell a duck, Grant a duck, Lloyd a duck, Morrison duck, and Charles a duck. So 19 for 6. Scott will be continuing from the southern end. Bowling to Rose. The left-hander. Fly to delivery. They're appealing for a leg before. He's gone. He's gone. Playing across the line. Rose guilty of playing across the line. The 7th wicket to go down. Leg before. Donald Bennett is a new batsman. Rose goes back for 2. Thompson still at the crease though. He's at the non-striker's end. And Darnell Bennett to face the fire. 19 for 7. Jamaica College. Still searching for 257 though. Once you're playing, you can't give up. Or I should not give up. Thompson has looked positive. Bennett will be facing up to the bowling of Scott. Scott has so far taken 3 for 6. In the meantime, we're in the 10th over of the innings. Scott once again bowling to the new batsman Bennett. And I'm a bit confused what he was trying to do. It looked like a new dance move. Or so than playing a shot. Fly to delivery. Being very watchful is Bennett. A slip. Fly to deliver again. Seems like he's not too confident, I can say. From Scott delivers. Scott once again flight a little bit quicker and appeal for leg before he's gone. That was plumb in front. Another duck. Bennett is gone. He's saying to the umpire, I was not in front of the wicket. When he got hit though, where was he? He was moving across Let us see the replay for that. Scott hit as he was moving his leg across. He got hit. When his legs ended up, he was looking to the umpire pointing and said, "This is where my leg was." Let's look again. He's gone. So the new batsman, Shanoy Bell. Well, Jamaica College only having 10 players. They're playing the match with just 10 players. And if that's the case, next wicket to go, that'll be it. So Shanoy Bell is the new batsman. Scott. So that's doing some background checks. So Scott has taken 4 for 6. For 6 from 4.4 overs though. There's 2 deliveries left in his 5th over. Bowling to Bell. Bell, who is said to be in first form at Jamaica College. Here is Scott. Bell punching on the outside. So his opponent showing him what to do. And that's the end of the over. Actually, I thought they had 2 deliveries left, but no, just 1 delivery. End of the over. Thompson, the tallest of the Jamaica College players, and Bell, the shortest of the Jamaica College players. So Malcolm has replaced the captain, Clark. This is Kavan Malcolm. Remember, there are 2 brothers on the team. Tavon Malcolm, and you have Kavan Malcolm. He's bowling against Thompson. Just looking at the wickets that have fallen so far. Pulling out to the run out. Miller taking 4 for 6. Scott 4 for 6. Wow. 4 bowlers used so far. This is the 5th. Swinging on the leg side. Thompson being very aggressive as per usual. Picked up from where he left off. But no run scored from that delivery from Malcolm. Malcolm, left arm spinner, flighty delivery. Playing the ball on the offside is Thompson. If this is the last wicket though, or this should be, because I only saw 10 names for Jamaica College. Going forward though, trying to drive, is Thompson. Can't beat the field once again. So Miller, 4 for 6. Scott, 4 for 6. Bowling to the right-hander. Malcolm. Kavan Malcolm. So only 2 players with any runs at all. And when we say runs, we're not talking about heavy runs or double figures. We're just talking about runs. Malcolm will be continuing from the northern end. Voting to Thompson. Coming forward again, they go through for a single. And if you actually count the steps taken by Thompson to reach the other end, I count the steps taken by Bell to reach the next. It's a huge difference. So the batting summary, Thompson's gone on to 14, is facing up. Swinging the ball down the ground. Impressive hit from Thompson. And the first 6 of the match. So 6 for Thompson, who told you before, is extremely aggressive. That was a brute of a hit from Thompson. Be very watchful, Thompson. That kept a bit low. Scott, flighted. 4 for 12. I spoiled his figure somewhat, though. I said somewhat. Scott flighted. Thompson has looked impressive though. Scott will be continuing from the southern end though. Just a bit of a bleak condition over the grounds here, the Corner Watch Oval. That's a better shot from what we're seeing from this batsman. He goes close, goes into the boundary for 4 and 6. Now we have a 4 in this over. So look at the replay. Well-timed shot from this man, Thompson. When everyone around him were falling, he stood strong for Jamaica College. 30 on the board for 8. Flighted again, punching through the covers. They thought of a single, and they have attained the single. And that was the final delivery of the over. So for 2 consecutive overs, he has not allowed Bell to face a delivery. That's very good batting. Responsible batting, this from Thompson. So Malcolm will be continuing from the northern end. Kavon Malcolm continues. And the captain, Michael Clark, though, has given Miller a rest. However, we see Thompson lifting his helmet. I don't know what's happening here. So I don't know if they wanted to come off though. I don't know what umpire Lamy is saying. So they're coming out of the field. So they're taking the tea interval. And 1 wicket to go because Jamaica College, they had 10 players. So we have a special guest we're going to be speaking to during the tea interval. I didn't get your name though. Lorna Wint Watson. That's a long name though.
Well, I didn't want to lose my maiden name.
Well, I heard that you're doing some special things at Jamaica College.
As a first form parent, I tried to get involved. There were some things that we saw in need when we went in the first day, so we got involved. And I must say, Form 1A came on board and we got the room ready for the young men.
Now, getting the room ready is one thing, though, but even to continue as a mentorship is another. If I'm a past student of a specific school, and if I go to that school, I'd probably go there and help and then disappear for a time. And so it's difficult to actually continue.
We didn't disappear because as parents, we know that we have to be there for our young men. We wanted to make sure that we give them the support from what we did when they were back in prep school and primary schools, so we wanted to support. And I guess going to Jamaica College and you got the vibes from Sir Robinson and then the president of the Old Boy Association, all of that just make you feel like, yes, you want to be there, you want to help, you want to do more. And afterwards, there came our mentor, Old Boy Captain Wayne Harris. And he got involved with his form. So he joined our WhatsApp group. He was there with us, talk with us, support our young men. He had meeting with our young men. He made sure that he would sponsor our young men to go to Manning Cup finals, right? He gave us shirts, and as you see, I'm wearing one today, a proud parent, and my son here, David, is in his shirt as well, you know, and so that was one of the things we wanted to support. And when Wayne came on board, he was so full of vibes. He wanted the young men to really have a good experience at Jamaica College, and he made sure that they got the full support that he could give them. He has had meetings with them, so he would have Zoom meetings and he would try to get to know them. He had revision French class with them before exams, you know, yes, and he, even after exams he has met with them to see what they are doing with co-curricular activities. And he goes way beyond that. He's involved in school challenge. He's involved with cricket. He's always there. He has sponsored things for the cricket team and made sure that they had their navy blue hats. You know, so it was more than just coming to Jamaica College, come to learn and then go home. It was more than that. It was more building a bond and getting to know the other parents. So I would put in the group, are we going to sports day? And then some of us did turn up for sports day and we did go and support our young men.
I know you can develop some long-lasting friendships through that, though. But how have the gentlemen at the school accepted it? I mean, it's one thing to put it forward, one thing to be there, but have they accepted it full throttle?
I think the young men have accepted it. They love it. They come onto the Zoom meet. Yes, they do. They log on to the Zoom meet and they do take part in the discussion. They do ask them questions, and I think they really, really accept it. Well, my son is always asking, "Oh, Uncle Wayne is on," and all of that. And I should tell Uncle Wayne what he got in the French exam and all of that. He would be saying those things. So I think they have really, really accepted it. They were proud to wear their shirts when they saw, "Oh, my mentor." Right, he's a captain in the army, the U.S. Army. He speaks French and Spanish fluently, and they were really, really proud of that.
A lot of since COVID, using a lot of technology to communicate these days. Don't have to take a plane to come down as per usual. That has worked out well for you guys.
Oh, yes, because after winning the Manning Cup final, although he although he was 3 hours behind, he was online. We hooked him up so he could watch the celebration, and that means that he would have to be up from about 4 o'clock to be part of it. So he was very much up and very much taking part in the celebrations.
You know what I thought you were going to say? I thought you were going to say you hook him up for him to watch the match.
Oh no, we gave him the link for the match. So he was watching the match with us. We were in the group, we were talking about what was happening. Those who were at the match were sending clips. Of course, I got a bit nervous when it went on to the penalty. But we were giving him the update when he might be traveling. We were giving him the update so he would have known what was going on.
Now, how long a program is this though? I mean, they're in first form and such. Do you extend it or expect it to be extended till there is fifth form or sixth form? It's a continuous thing for till their departure of Jamaica College?
We are hoping that will be the case, so that you'll follow them through. So you're seeing them from when they're small and seeing when they get big and are now leaving, making their accomplishments. So even after fifth form or after sixth form, then you'll be able to follow through to see where they are now. And then encourage them to give back, because it's not about only you getting, but getting them to be so involved so that they would want to give back and mentor those that would come after them.
You went to an institution, saw a need to do something, you did it, and then you saw another need that the young gentlemen, they'd want a mentor, and you assisted in doing that, and it's happening every single time. Now, I'm going to ask this question. If you see another need at JC, you're going to be doing it too?
Well, wheresoever the need is, as a science teacher myself, I will help. So if there's a need, I will help. I do help, because just when we came back, one of our teachers died suddenly, right, a chemistry teacher, and I went back and I helped out for a week until we got a teacher. So wheresoever the need is, I'm willing to help.
That's a beautiful story, though. That is a beautiful story. And your son playing a sport?
No, not really. He was saying that he needs to get back to where he can run and start running. So
when he used to run away from you?
Well, he would like to run, but not away from me, but he's always going up and down. I want to encourage him to do some basketball, because he usually likes basketball, but I really want to encourage him to do that.
Well, it's wonderful speaking to you, and continue doing the great work that you're doing at Jamaica College. And let's see if you win the Manning Cup again. Why everyone from Jamaica College turn around? I didn't know it was ours. So every now and again you load it out. Oh my word. I was just going by what she said a while ago. Celebration about one specific thing. But kudos. I love what I'm hearing.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to our mentor, Captain Wayne Harris. Thank you for the lovely job you have been doing for the young men, and continue to support us.
They just heard from the beautiful lady, Lorna, speaking about what they're doing at Jamaica College, though. Excellent work they are doing with the youngsters, mentoring, because you do really need that, the youngsters in new environments to do that. So it's happening in terms of the Courtney Walsh Oval, the Great Shield match between Excelsior and also Jamaica College. And just to recap, Excelsior, they made it 256 for 8. They won the toss and elected to bat. They're led by 53 from Malik Miller. Also chipping in with 53 was DeMarcus Scott. The next best in the innings was David Dewar. He contributed 49 to the total. In the meantime, in response, not going too well. Response not going too well. Jamaica College have lost 8 wickets so far, and they started with 10 players. So 8 wickets so far at the crease. You have Bell, who looks to be about 11 years old, and with him is Thompson, who has played extremely confident and looking to see how far he can carry the score for this Jamaica College team. We're going to take a quick break and come right back for the next segment of this Grace Shield matchup at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Welcome back to the Courtney Walsh Oval for the Grace Shield matchup featuring the home side, Excelsior up against Jamaica College. Well, just a recap of what has happened so far in this fixture. Excelsior, they won the toss and elected to bat. That they did, scoring 256 for 8. They're led by 53 runs from Malik Miller and also DeMarcus Scott, both scoring 53. And the 49-run department, where David Dewar was the next best in line. The bowling department is for Jamaica College. Andrew Lloyd took 3 for 83, while Taylor Grant grabbed 3 for 25. In response, however, Jamaica College searching for 257 runs for victory. They're struggling at 31 for 8, and a reminder though, they only had 10 players, only have 10 players for this game. So it should be the last pair batting. Thompson, the taller of the two batsmen going out. Shanoy Bell has been shielding though. Has been shielding Bell. Thompson has been very aggressive. Just taking it step by step, time by time. So I'm looking on. Looks like Malcolm will be continuing from the northern end. And we'll be bowling now to Thompson. Let's look at the players surrounding the batsman. Ricky Bloomfield, the scorer, is here. Has been scoring for many, many years. Pulling away again is Thompson. Looking around the field though, taking some time to see the placings of respective players. Mid off and mid on. Back with a point. There's a cover, extra cover. Manless square leg. Remember, there are only 10 players for Jamaica College. Hit on the pad, half-hearted appeal. And he tried to hoist him over the mid-wicket region. Made no contact at all. So 31. So Malcolm being punished by Thompson. 4 more runs to the total. Starting out as where he left off. Using the aerial route though. He has hit a 6 in his innings earlier. The only 6 in the game. He's a strong individual. Malcolm once again coming forward. Half-hearted appeal from the Excelsior players. In the 13th over of this matchup. Well, he has been aggressive, that's his way. 35 on the board. Malcolm shot. Cutting. Through the cover cordon. Can't penetrate the cover cordon though. And what? He has done it twice so far. Making a single of that final delivery of the over. Will he do it again this time around? Has faced 4 deliveries so far. So Bell, who's at the non-striker's end, has not faced a delivery for the last 2 overs. Flighty delivery coming forward though. There's Thompson. Field has not been brought in. We see the mid-on stepping up somewhat. And instructions being given by the supporters. Quicker delivery. Ball punch back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. I don't think he realized it was the end of the over though. But now he has. So it will be Shanoy Bell to face. As the conversations are being had around the field. It's interesting though. Taking his guard. Bell looks like about 3 foot nothing. First former Jamaica College. Been assisted by the wicket keeper. Looks to be Thomas. Scott continuing from the southern end. Appealing for leg before. So Scott continuing. Has taken 4 wickets so far in this innings. 4 for 17 for Scott. Bowling to the left-hander. So Thomas taking the ball to whip off the bails. Bowling flighted delivery. Oh, chance went up begging and appealing that he's gone. So I think that's the end though. So did the square leg umpire says he's out. I did not see the finger go up. So the wicket is over. The match is over. So run out. A 221-run victory for Excelsior over Jamaica College. So the 9th wicket to go, and that's the end of the matchup. Excelsior winning by 221 runs over Jamaica College. Your rundown of the score. So he played the shot though. The man at mid-on moved to his right, spilled the opportunity. The throw was back where he was. He scampered, but never made it home. So Bell, the last wicket to fall, and going for a duck. So the not-out batsman is Cole Thompson. 29 runs though, but everyone else in single digits, and the popular digit is a duck. At least about 8 ducks in the innings. So Bell, the last to go, and a 221-run victory for Excelsior over Jamaica College. Look to see the graphics of the scorecard. We'll give you a rundown of what happened earlier on as we await the graphics for Jamaica College innings. But for Excelsior, they won the toss and elected to bat. That they did, scoring 256 for 8 from their time at the crease. They declared. They're led by 53 runs from Malik Miller and DeMarcus Scott. Let's look at Jamaica College match card. Yes, only 2 persons making runs in this innings of 35 for 9. They played with 10 players. That's why I say 35 for 9. Doc. Cole Thompson unbeaten on 29. And you have Rose with 2 runs. The only 2 players to trouble the scorecard any at all. But the bowling department for the Excelsior unit should be 4 apiece. Malik Miller, the pacer, bowling from the northern end, it took 4 for 6. DeMarcus Scott from the southern end, the spinner, taking 4 for 17. Those were the only successful bowlers for Excelsior in this total of 35 for 9. Said only like it's a small thing. The other wicket was a run out. Last wicket to go was run out, Mr. Bell. In the meantime, looking back on Excelsior's innings, we made 256 for 8. There you see the coach of the Excelsior team of 256 for 8, 53 apiece, Malik Miller and DeMarcus Scott. David Dewar, he contributed 49. However, in this innings, a not-out batsman was Miller on that 53 runs, along with Damon Ricketts. But in the bowling department, this for Jamaica College, and this Andrew Lloyd took 3 for 83, and Taylor Grant 3 for 25 in that innings for 256 for 8. So it has been a blast here at the Courtney Walsh Oval. Both teams have gone through the next round, though. Excelsior still unbeaten so far in this competition. A very good performance, all-round performance from Excelsior. Jamaica College's Thompson stood strong in the middle. So again, a 221-run victory. This for Excelsior over Jamaica College, which happened at the Courtney Walsh Oval. I have to pick up everyone who played a part for this to be broadcast. And we are happy to bring you this match. Had some technical difficulties earlier out, but it was sorted out by the team. But we are happy to bring you this match. So for the final time, 221 run victory for Excelsior over Jamaica College.